Ani Bojo Kinawia, Noden Dijnakaz, Josh Lewis, Jaganashi Noswin. Wikwem Kong Minoa Niswakamak and Donjba, Anishinaabe King Donji, Namedo Dam, Anishinaabe and Dao, Haptagozi and Dao, Kinamagan Minowash Kabeos and Dao, Nismadanash and Nish and Disobabonwe, Gichin and Dama Baminan. So, hello everyone. My English name is Josh Lewis. My Anishinaabe name is Noden, which means wind. My family is from Wikwemekong First Nation, but I grew up in Sudbury, Ontario, also known as Huron Robinson Treaty Territory, and I now live here on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory, also known as Ottawa. I'm a singer-songwriter. I'm an educator, and I'm also a helper in the community here in Ottawa. And I support an Indigenous youth organization called A7G. And I'll share a little bit more about A7G later. But just kind of wanted to let you know who I am a little bit, because you're probably wondering, hey, who's this guy here singing for you today? But I just want to say Chimigwech to Chris and folks at the AFN for giving me the opportunity to share some songs with you tonight. This first song I'm going to share for you guys is a song called Home. I wrote it about my disconnection to my reserve, but also my connection to my reserve. You know, every time I go back to Wikwemekong I spent time in Buzzwa, where my family's from. It brings a lot of great memories and good vibes into my life. So my family used to live here, but left because of the fear. Forced to live in this place, the history is now clear. Chose to live in the jungle, my life is not so humble. No language or culture, their identities crumble. I learned about the history, and things became clear to me. This was their home, but not a place they wanted to be. But I had my own story there, it's something that I need to share. This place is important to me, cause my ancestors are still there. I'm going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started breathing. Going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started believing. I went there as a young boy, the place where I felt most joy. I ran through the fields, the rocks and sticks were my toys. But I was raised in the concrete, hot-toe shoes on my feet. Told it was for the better, but there were no trees on my street. I went there at the end of most weeks, to the place where my spirit seeked, away from all the chaos, to listen to the land speak. This place is my medicine, think about it time and time again. I long for simplicity, but these city lights keep flashing. Going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started breathing. Going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started believing. This place is my medicine, think about it time and time again. I long for simplicity, but the city lights keep flashing. This place is my medicine, think about it time and time again. I long for simplicity, but these city lights keep flashing. Going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started breathing. Going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started living. Going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started breathing. Going home to the place where I belong. It's been so long since I've seen it. This is where I started believing. And it's a song that I wrote about my first fast. And growing up in the urban setting, never really learned much about fasting and ceremonies, and so it wasn't until I was in my my 30s that I went for my first fast, and the song came from that time. And I call it Ngi Makadeke, means I fasted. And how which to let go, my heart couldn't bear it. The shame and regret for my friggin' past. I needed to sit with all my relations. They sat with me and I felt them there. I wasn't scared, my heart was open, I was prepared to give it all. to give it all. And visions of darkness that haunt me, they reminded me that I've come so far. The shame can overtake you if you hold it in. And I told myself that life is worth it. I wasn't scared, my heart was open. I was prepared to give it all. I wasn't scared, my heart was open. I was prepared to give it all. I went without for the first time in my life. I put it out there, all of my love. I went without for the first time in my life. I put it out there, all of my love. I wasn't scared, my heart was open. I was prepared to give it all. I wasn't scared, my heart was open. I was prepared to give it all. Before I, share some more songs, I wanted to give a shout out to Assembly of Seven Generations, and that's the youth organization that I'm a part of, that I've been supporting for quite a while in my time here on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. It started up just after Idle No More. Young people in Ottawa wanted to organize, and I have to give a shout out to my partner Gabrielle Fayant, who's the co-founder of A7G, and all the work that she's done to offer support to Indigenous youth in this city, in this urban setting. And so if you guys don't know about A7G, this is our logo. And it was designed by Niall McGeezy Johnson. And it's all connected to that seven fires prophecy within this design. And it's a big part of our organization. It's kind of like a symbol that, shares that we're on that road together, when we gather with young people. One of the big things we do is every Friday we meet somewhere in the city, whether it's outside or if it's at like a community center, and we eat together, we share songs, we have a sharing circle every Friday. We don't miss any Fridays because it's so important. And we've created this like safer space where young people come by and they share and connect with other Indigenous youth in the city. And it's been a really great place of just learning, even for myself. We have a language class that we offer, Anishinaabe. We also did Cree and Inuktitut earlier this year. We're taking a bit of a break right now, but they're coming back eventually. We do so much land-based learning. We brought some youth out. We went fishing. We did some goose hunting, smelt fishing, like all these different things on the land. We do a lot of report writing and advocacy work, for Indigenous children across Turtle Island. And so we have a national network that we kind of reach out to when we need to. And we currently have some projects that we're working on that, are hopefully going to like allow for us to share what we do at A7G with other youth groups across this country, So I just want to give a shout out again to all those young people that are doing things out there. I know that, this work is really tough, and I know that a lot of you, are doing that work in your communities, wherever you are. Keep doing that work. It's important. It really is. We need young people to do that work. So you can follow us at A7G_official on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. You can also check out our website, www.a7g.ca, and learn more about A7G and all the cool things we're doing. All right, this last song I'm going to share with you, it's a song called Prayer Song. Um, in the language, it's Namewin, Nagamwin, Prayer Song. The song started off as a drum song, and I turned it into an acoustic song and I added lyrics. And so the words are all in Anishinaabe when I sing this song. But translated to English, it means like creator, guide those that are looking for that good way of life. Well, hey, hey, ah, hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, oh, hey, day, do. Well, oh, hey, day, do. Well, hey, hey, ah, hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, oh, hey, day, do. Well, oh, hey, day, do. Shamanado, Nagnish, Gonda. Jimmy Gwetch, that song is dedicated to all of you, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Now, Pamapi Guapman. Take care.
Good morning, good afternoon. Let me start off by saying thank you to Nizozwe for his music. A little way to start off the day on a good side, also keeping it with that culture, with that energy that we get from that music. My name is Cedric Greluhu, and I will be your MC for this second day of the AFN 7 Generations of Continuum of Care Forum. Second of 3 days. Today, focusing on the cycle of life from pre pregnancy, childhood and youth, to adulthood, and to our final days as an elder. Today, we have quite a good lineup for you guys. Again, starting off with a cultural reflection from one of our knowledge keepers. We have the pleasure of having Lyndon Linklater with us. We'll be then going on to a panel to talk about what are the care that can be given during birth and childhood, followed by a wellness break, another music interlude, just really trying to keep that energy up, and finally going towards the end of our day with adult and senior care and a good medicine. The best medicine that there is laughter. So we have a comedian with us all the way from Ojibwe territory to talk about Mino Bidizwin, sorry for that, the good life. And that's how we're going to finish off our day. As a quick reminder for some of the technical stuff on the platform, if ever you do need translation, on the top right hand side, you have the little FR or EN. Click on that and it'll bring you to the English stream or the French stream. You also have access to a chat function, usually on the right hand side of your screen, where if you do have any questions throughout the day for our panelists, for our presenters, just send your questions there and our team will make sure to get them to the presenters. You also have access to the resources tab on the top of your screen, where you can have the different presentations if they'll be made available, as well as the agenda and other documents that are there. In our speakers tab, we have all the bios for our speakers. I'll be going over them pretty rapidly today, so if you want the full information, you do have access right there. And finally, one of the most important ones, tech support. If ever you are having any issues, you can write to Aspen, our audiovisual team. You have the email address, tech, at aspenfilms.ca, or else you have the phone number 1-833-857-0166. So these are 2 ways to get into contact with our technical support team if ever you need it. Now, to go over yesterday, we had an amazing presentation on what the 7 generations continuum of care could look like. What would it be, and where are we going with this meeting? So we started off with AFN's Director of Health, Mr. Bisson. We went on to Jonathan Dunn, who then came over and explained what the AFN's definition of a 7 generations continuum of care could look like. To after that, go into more of the meat. We had Vanessa Tate come give us and share her story of her father's voyages through the system, but also Vanessa's, and how, as a Two-Spirit Cree woman, along a COVID pandemic, how all of this brought together really brought forward some of the issues with our systems and told us that we can do better. We then had a panel of Dr. Alika Lafontaine and Dr. José Lavoie, who came to speak from the other side. As medical professionals, what can we do to do better? What is being done and what needs to still be done? So starting to talk about those concrete actions that we can take to really do better and make a better system for our people. We had a bit of movement by power workout with Amanda Fox. And finally, we finished about talking about our priority populations in our communities and also in our urban centers, where we had Albert William McLeod talk about Two Spirits and LGBTQS plus services, as well as Naguzet come talking about the homeless population in Montreal and some of the services that are being offered here in Jojage. But enough of that for today. Let us start off our day with our cultural reflection from Knowledge Keeper Lyndon Linklater. So Lyndon, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Evan. Good morning, everybody. I want to bring greetings to everyone. I'm speaking to you from my residence. I live on the outskirts of the city of Saskatoon, here in Treaty 6 territory. So, of course, before I begin, I would just like to acknowledge the ancestors who were signatory to the treaty, a majority of which were the Cree people, or in our language, Plains Cree Nehiyawak people, as well as we had some Anishinaabe, Nakaway signatories and Nakota signatories as well. I want to acknowledge as well, to the south of where I live, there's a First Nation by the name of Whitecap Dakota First Nation. So we have Dakota here in our province as well. I want to acknowledge the ancestors there. There's part of our history here in this city of Saskatoon. There was a man by the name of John Lake who approached the chief of Whitecap Dakota. His name was Chief Wapahaska, or Whitecap, and asked the chief where would be a good place to build a colony. And ultimately, it was a demonstration of nations working in partnership with one another. And together they searched, and it was the recommendation of Chief Wapahaska to choose this site by the river to ultimately build this colony, which later evolved into what is now the city of Saskatoon. So I want to acknowledge our Dakota relatives as well to the south of us. And of course, I don't want to forget our Métis Nation as well. Part of our history here where I live, to the south of us, right next door to Whitecap Dakota First Nation, there used to be a Métis settlement there, and it was called Round Prairie. And the Round Prairie Métis, lived off the land and hunted buffalo. And the same kind of story in terms of the government removing them from their traditional territories and just taking the land away. And so they ended up ultimately assimilating into what is now the city of Saskatoon. So I want to acknowledge our Métis relatives as well as Indigenous peoples. And in our city here in Saskatoon, I want to acknowledge the Inuit as well as Indigenous peoples, all of us here in Canada, First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples. So I was very honored to have been asked to come and join you this morning in your conference on Continuum of Care. It's because of technology. I got some Stemau tobacco. They mailed it to me. It was by my suggestion that we do it that way. And of course, here we are in COVID times, and because of the pandemic, we are forced to meet virtually. However, things are starting to open up now. I was in Toronto yesterday, in fact. I just got home last night. I was there for a few days. So I got to see Ontario, and things are starting to really open up. But anyways, I'm happy to join the conference through Zoom or through virtual. And just want to say hi to everyone out there. I'll tell you a little bit about myself before I share some teachings with you. On my late father's side, his name was Walter Linklater. And my dad was Anishinaabe from Treaty 3 territory, Couchiching First Nation, right next door to Fort Francis. And that's where we were from. My late father attended residential school for 12 years. The first 8 of his residential school experience took place in Northwestern Ontario, or in Ontario there, St. Marguerite Indian Residential School. And then the powers that be recognized that he excelled in academics. So they thought it would be good for him to pursue his education. So they sent him to Saskatchewan, where he finished off the final 4 years of his residential school experience at Lebret Indian Residential School in Saskatchewan. So, my late father, he went for 12 years. And when he came out of residential school, of course, he had lost his language, he lost his identity. And as we all know, the stories of many of our peoples in our bloodlines, in our communities, it really impacted him in his life. He decided he wanted to be a teacher. So when he came out of residential school, he went to Moose Jaw Teachers College for 1 year. And, once upon a time in Canada, if you wanted to be a teacher, all you required was a teacher's certificate. And that was 1 year of teachers college. So that's what happened to my father. He became a teacher, and he ends up landing a job, of all places, working for the federal government of Canada, teaching school at this place called an Indian reservation. So he goes to this Indian reservation and he meets the principal, and the principal shakes his hand, says, "Welcome aboard, Mr. Linklater. You're going to do really well at this community. It's a great place to work, but listen, I have to warn you, there are 2 people on this reservation. They're nothing but troublemakers. If either one of these people contact you, you let me know right away. I will deal with them." Well, I guess my dad, he didn't listen too good. One of those people ended up becoming his future mother-in-law. So that's how he met my mom. He got his job teaching at a place called Thunderchild First Nation, which is in Treaty 6 territory here in the province of Saskatchewan. As the story goes, their eyes turned to heart shape and kind of went like that. They fell in love. They got married. My father was 20 and my mom was 17 when they got married. And then they started a family. And in total, there's at one time there were 7 of us siblings, brothers and sisters. And because my dad was a teacher, we moved to different First Nation communities. He taught in First Nations in Saskatchewan and in Alberta. And ultimately, we ended up moving to Thunder Bay, Ontario. That's where pretty much I grew up. I remember I would have been around 5 years old, 6 years old when we moved to Thunder Bay. And I lived there until I would have been around 19 years old. So my childhood was there, my youth was there. My mother is Nehiosko, Kaptuganowitse, Bisu Oasis, Skiganik. My mom is a Plains Cree from Thunderchild First Nation. And she went to residential school as well. St. Anthony in Onion Lake Cree Nation is where she went to residential school. But my mom, she only went up to grade 5. She would have been around 14 years old. My mom is still alive. My mom is 80 years old now. Her name is Maria Linklater. And all her life to this very day, my mom is a fighter. My mom is rough and tough and hard to bluff. And all her life, it's been her personality to stand up against something she believes to be wrong. So if she thinks something's wrong, she'll just come out straight and tell you. It doesn't matter who you are or what situation it is. She's really opinionated. So when she was 14 years old, she said to herself, "This is not right. What's going on here? I'm leaving." So she left the residential school. She ran away. And she tells the story of traveling in the night and sleeping in the day in the forests or the tall prairie grass, so no one would see her, walking on down the road, seeing this young girl, walking down the road. It's about a 200-kilometer distance where she went to, where her grandmother lived, her kokum. And when she made it to her grandmother said, "What are you doing here?" And she said, "I'm not happy over there. I don't like it there. I don't want to go back there. They're mean to me there." So her grandmother said, "Okay, well, I'm going to keep you. If they come looking for you, I'll hide you, and I will not let them take you. You're going to live with me now. I'm going to keep you." So as things turned out, my mom, she never did go back to residential school. And as a result, she got to keep a lot of her traditional teachings, which included traditional parenting, I guess you could say. And this played a real heavy role in our lives. And if you can't figure it out by now, I can't help it. I'm a storyteller. But somehow or another inside this presentation, inside this presentation, you'll be able to listen to my story, and it'll go towards your understanding. Anyways, so as things turned out, my brothers and sisters started to be born over a period of time, and we ultimately ended up moving to Thunder Bay, as I mentioned. As things turned out, my father suffered from alcoholism because of the residential school experience that happened to him. He suffered, like in my opinion, like all residential school people, experienced PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, because of what he experienced, and ultimately it led to his alcoholism. So we grew up in a real dysfunctional family, but thank goodness, what happened to my father is he knew he needed help, and ultimately he did get some help. And what he did was he turned his life around. He would have been about 33 years old when he sobered up. He had to go for treatment a couple times, but ultimately he did turn his life around, and he lived to be 79 years old, my father. So he remained sober for 46 years of his life, right till up until the end of his life. And in that time, what he did was he ended up going back to his traditional ways, to his Anishinaabe, his Ojibwe language, and to his Anishinaabe ways, which included ceremony, and which included the teachings from our ancestors. And this impacted us as his children. And we had to struggle with our own, reconciliation, I guess you could say, as well. But ultimately, we all kind of followed suit in his footprints. So I'm happy to say, I'm sober as well. I would have been 17 years old when I quit my drinking and drugging, my lifestyle, growing up in Thunder Bay. And last summer, I celebrated 40 years of sobriety. And as well as I have my older brother. I think he's been sober 42 years, and I got another older brother. He's been sober 38 years, and so on and so forth. And so ultimately, what all of us started to do was follow my dad's footsteps, and as well as my mother's. My mother was so instrumental, and like I said, my mom's still alive today. And so what I'm going to share with you now are what we call teachings. And again, I thank you for the stemao that was given to me, this tobacco here, to share with you some teachings. First of all, I just want to share that I believe that all of us as First Nations people, we've all been impacted in various ways, from the residential schools, from the Indian Act legislation, from government policies, from racism and discrimination. And so we're all scattered all over the place in terms of where we are with our knowledge of our ancestors and our culture. But we do have what are called our old people. In my mom's language, they say "kehteyak," the old people. In English, they call them elders, but that's not really our word. Elders comes from, I think the Mormons are the ones who have elders. But anyways, in this dominant culture that we all live in, we'll use words, we'll borrow words, because, that's how things are sometimes. And so we'll borrow these words and we'll use them, but really, we really have to stop and think about what these words are that we're using. And what I have come to believe, based on my elders, and there I go right there, my elders, my keteak, and my teachers. Sometimes it's better to use our own words in our language, whatever language they may be. So sometimes I'll use Anishinaabe Mawin, the Ojibwe language, or else I'll use Nehewewin, the Cree language. So anyways, as part of my journey, I started to become educated, and in my educational learnings, I met these old people, and they were traditional people. And ultimately, what they ended up doing for me was they took me in as their son. They adopted me here in Saskatchewan. They were from Treaty 6. And he became my dad. She became my mom. And I became their son. And all of their children became my brothers and sisters, and I became an uncle. And had this huge extended family here in Saskatchewan. And I was adopted into the family. And it was through this man. He's now since passed on, but he taught me our traditional ways in the Plains Cree. And then over a period of time, what ended up happening is both my parents moved to Saskatoon. So I had a situation where I had my biological parents as well as my adopted parents, and they really hit it off together, and they became really close friends to each other. So like for me, like I had such the best of both worlds. I had both sets of parents working together, and we started to do a lot of work in terms of culture and traditions and revitalization. And that's kind of been my story. So today now I've become what is they call a knowledge keeper. But I want to just share with you, some stories about what I had heard in the past. And I want to start off like even before the baby is born. So someone approached me, and sometimes I just don't know how it works in the universe. Sometimes things just happen ultimately. But I have this Métis friend. She approached me, and she comes to our sweat lodge ceremonies, and she believes in our traditional ways, and she approached me. I bet you about 3 years ago, pre-COVID. She approached me and she told me that her and her husband, they wanted to start a family, but she was because of her age, the doctors told her that it would be very difficult because she was a little bit older in age, but they really wanted to start a family. So she approached me, well, is there anything we could do like ceremonial wise? so I said, well, all we can do is ask. So we ended up going to a ceremony together. I took her to a sweat lodge ceremony, and we had one of the sweat lodge holders, and she brought the appropriate protocol, the offerings, and we went into the sweat lodge ceremony, and she asked our I guess you could say our spirits, our ancestors, to help with for her to have a baby. And like I don't know if it's by coincidence or it's just by by luck, or I guess coincidence you could say, but ultimately she ended up getting pregnant. And so now she's going to have a baby now. So then she come to the ceremony again when she found out, and this time the doctors told her she's going to have a really rough pregnancy, and so she wanted some help from spiritual help, I guess, or ceremonial help, spirit, from our spirits to help with the pregnancy, I guess, for the 9 months. So we did that, and so prayers were made, songs were sung. We did it in a lodge, and as they say, it was done in a good way. So just to share about a good way, I prefer to say they were done in a good way as opposed to the right way, because what is right for us might not be right for someone else. We all have our differences as First Nations, and we all have different protocols and different colors of ribbons, and they hang in different directions. So So there's many ways. There's not just one right way. So anyways, that's what I was taught to say it, like things were done in a good way. So that was done. But it just gets me to think, just sharing that story, what it makes me realize is, as Indigenous peoples, we talk about the medicine wheel, the mind, the emotions, the body, and the spirit, the four components of our being as a people. And in order to be well, you have to nourish and nurture each component of your being. So you have to take care of your mind. And how you do that is by nourishing it with knowledge. So, learn, do a lot of like reading, do a lot of observing, use your imagination, learn another language, use your mind. Your mind is so powerful. You can't believe how powerful your mind is. You hear that saying, put your mind to it. When you really put your mind to it, you can accomplish so much. But of course, what our teachers tell us too is to be balanced. Do it in a balanced way. Like, don't go overboard. So maybe our teachers, our old people will see someone who's always reading. They're like, study, study, study. They're reading, reading, reading. The old people will say, put that book down. Too much mind. It's kind of like you're going overboard, So anyways, that's how you take care of your mind. Our emotions, we all have emotions. We have positive and negative emotions. I would sooner have positive emotions than negative ones. But again, too, there's nothing wrong with, getting angry. But at the same time, what they say, like the balance, it's okay to get angry, but don't be angry all the time. Like, it's no good for you. It's okay to worry about something, to be concerned, but don't be worrying all the time, like no good for you. You have to have that balance. And the same thing with, laughing. It's okay to laugh, but you can't be laughing all the time, right? Anyways, there's that balance in there. So we have these emotions, and so we have emotional needs as well. So we have to recognize those emotional needs and nourish them, nurture them. Our bodies, our physical being, we have to take care of our physical being. We have to watch what we eat. We have to exercise. We have to take care of ourselves. So, what we put inside our bodies, whether it's by food or whether it's by drink, like whatever it is, it goes inside of us and it becomes part of us, and it impacts our physical being. So, as Indigenous peoples, we know that diabetes is, out of control in many communities. So, and that diabetes is 100% preventable. Like, all you got to do is watch what you eat and exercise. And I know for some communities, it's difficult to try to eat, healthy, so to speak, because of, the where you live. It's cheaper to buy pop and chips than it is to buy fruit and vegetables, So, like, we recognize these challenges, but at the same time, we can still limit that intake. And so anyways, yeah, we have to be careful of what we eat and drink, and we have to take care of ourselves, like physically. So it's good to walk around, do 30 minutes of walking a day, an hour of walking a day. Just do that. It'll help towards your physical well-being. Finally, our spirit. We all have a spirit, so we have what are called spiritual needs, right? And how do we nourish our spiritual needs? By ceremony. That's how we do it. I know you can't see it, but before I started this, I got a little frying pan here, and I lit a smudge, and I was smudging before I started my presentation here. My late father used to say, before your feet hit the ground, you should be praying and giving thanks, for another day of life. and you should, you meditate and you think about, like, what am I going to do today? What am I going to do today? It's like you make a plan, and you carry that out. When your eyes open and you're laying in bed, this is what you're doing. And then smudging, that helps all four components of your being: your mind, your emotions, your body, and your spirit. And so as part of that spiritual ceremony, that's how you nurture your spirit. And there's all kinds of ceremonies we attend. They may be smudging, pipe ceremonies, sweat lodge ceremonies, powwows. There's just so many different kinds of ceremonies that we go to. And what happens at ceremonies is we find fellowship, with the people that are attending as well. And that fellowship, helps to give that support. There's also praying that goes on at our ceremonies. There's also meditation that goes on. There's also like listening to the old people at the ceremonies, so that someone who shares the message gives you something to really think about. Like, all these things help, and they're part of that ceremony. And when the ceremony is over, like, you feel really good inside. It does something for you. So this has always been it's always been like this, traditionally speaking, from our ancestors. We lived a different way than we do today. Today it seems to be so fast. We have to live in this world that we live in. We need to earn a living. So we need to make money, and how we do that is we get a job, right? And we work. But there's a way you can balance the two. And that's what I was told, to learn to take the best of both worlds, to walk in both worlds. There's good in both, and there's bad in both. So these stories that I'm sharing with you, I recall, I'm just thinking about how our answers would really think about how we're going to procreate, to have children, and then to raise our children. And in the Nehilian culture, the Cree language, like, 4 is a very sacred number. There's 4 seasons, there's 4 directions, there's 4 different kinds of beings. There's 4 is very significant. And as part of the medicine wheel teachings as well, we start our lives, as even before we even born, we're already thinking about that before we're even born. And that's why I shared that story, about my friend who should want to have a baby. And of course, when the baby was born, a baby is given a name. It's important to have a name. In some cultures, like, they get colors too. They get traditional colors given to them. They get a traditional name given to them. I was taught when a baby is born, one of the first things they do is they cut a little tiny hole at the heel of the moccasins that the babies are wearing, like the newborn babies. The moccasins, there's one moccasin that'll have a tiny little hole that's been cut, with scissors, and that's at the heel of the moccasin. And so that's what it's to allow the spirit still, because they're just coming from the spirit world. And that's why they say children will see things that, like, we don't, because they're still they just came from the spirit world, and now they're in the physical world. But as that child starts to make its journey in the circle of life, every day they get older, and they start to change in the circle of life. They're young babies, infants, they learn to crawl, they become toddlers, then they're like kindergarten, and they're still little children, but they're getting older. And then next thing you know, they're in grade 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they're getting older, and next thing you know, there comes a time when they become teenagers, and at each time there's a rite of passage. So what we do is we have ceremonies to mark those rite of passages. when they become when she becomes a woman, the young girl becomes a woman, like it's celebrated. It's really celebrated, and the whole community is aware. And so the ceremonies occur. And so these are all done as part of our traditional ways. And the same thing with the young teenagers, the boys, they're becoming young men. They're going through puberty. Yeah, and here on the prairies, what we do is they'll go fasting. We put them out fasting. Sometimes some people, they call it a vision quest. Sometimes as part of the fast, they go without food or water for 4 days, no food or water, but they're taken care of, and they're looked after. And sometimes some of them are lucky enough to be blessed with a vision, with a very powerful dream or vision that kind of gives them an idea of something that they may become or to be, aware of. And they're starting their journey, and then next thing you know, they're young adults, and then they're making their way around the circle of life. And so maybe they could become parents. They could begin having families, and they start to go through this circle of life. And then they're adults, next thing you know, they're in like midlife, and they're getting older in age, and they're going around this circle of life. Ultimately, if we're blessed enough to live long enough, we'll make a full circle. And so we come into the world not being able to talk or walk. Someone has to care for us. And if we're lucky enough to live in a full circle of life, that's what will happen to us when we become old. We'll start to lose our power of speech. We'll start to lose, that physical part of walking. And ultimately, if we live long enough, that's what will end up happening, is someone will have to care for us, because we won't be able to talk or walk, and someone will have to care for us. So it's like we made this full circle of life. So I was taught at funerals, this is what we do. This is one of our traditions. When someone is in the coffin, before they're put into the coffin, the family, they'll take care of the body, and they clothe the body. And who's ever in that's going to be laid to rest, they'll be wearing moccasins. And guess what they do with the moccasins? At the bottom of the heel, one of the moccasins is going to have a cut with scissors. There'll be a hole there. And that it's like they completed their full circle. There's just so much about our traditional ways, like how we thought as a people. Today now, because of the impacts of residential schools and loss of culture, loss of language, a lot of our people, like, we don't know these things. And some of our people have been even, you might as well say, like, brainwashed. And they reject our ways. But, here we have the Pope, apologizing. And I know some people were not happy. They felt that the apology didn't go far enough. And some are very hopeful of the future, so there's always that different, levels of acceptance, I guess, and appreciation. But anyways, it's good to know that these high, people with high-ranking status, in these religions, whether it's the Pope or the bishop or whatever, and they're coming out and as part of reconciliation, are basically saying that it's okay to go back to our ways, that there's great beauty in our ways. And that's what I want to leave with everybody with, and to remind everyone, that we are the First Nations, and we lived here for thousands and thousands of years. And in our traditional ways, there were no such things as prisons or child welfare agencies. Those things did not exist. And if we're going to get anywhere as people, what I believe is we have to go back as much as possible to our traditional ways, but at the same time to take the best of both worlds. So that's the message I want to leave you. I'm conscientious of the time here. I'm turn it back over to our awesome MC guy there, Evan. I'm just going to stop there for now, Evan. Thank you so much for listening, everybody.
Perfect. Thank you, Knowledge Keeper Linklater, really for sharing with us. And I already seen the chat box online that people are already thanking you for your sharing and for all the wisdom that you gave us today. The balance, right? It's all about the balance, allowing ourselves to laugh, allowing ourselves to be angry, to feel sad, but then always coming back to bringing that balance. So thank you for sharing, Walalan. So for our next step, we will be moving into birth and childhood care. We'll be having a panel of 3 different groups, which will all have about 15 minutes to present. And at the end, we'll have a question and answers period with everyone. So I remind you, if ever you do have any questions you want to ask throughout the meeting, you add them into the chat box, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. I'd also like to remind you that, because we've seen it been asked a few times, we'll try to make the presentations and the PowerPoints available, but if not, at the very least, the whole recordings of this event will be made available on the AFN's YouTube page, so you'll be able to come back and hear the presentations another time. There's also all the other forums that have happened before that are available there for you to watch. So for our birth and childhood care, we have speakers representing different areas and stages of care, from pre-pregnancy to adolescent care. We have a national, urban, and community lens in our speakers, and we're very excited to hear what they have to say. 15 minutes each, question and answer period at the end, and we will first start off with Alicia Julian Reed, co-chair of the National Aboriginal Council of Midwives. Alicia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I heard you say Walalan. That's great. I'm calling from Mi'kma'ki territory in Nova Scotia. So Jalasi, welcome. I'm really excited for this opportunity to be speaking today. Just as our last storyteller was saying, you know, we can't help but tell stories. So in the midst of trying to bring you information and some understanding about different perspectives, we want to be able to tell it through a story lens. So I know we opened up in a good way, and I'd like to continue in a good way through prayer. So Creator, I'm asking for open eyes and open ears. I want to ask to hear from you to guide the work of our hands. I want to ask for every person here to come with open hearts, to learn to quickly release anger and pain, especially from those even closest to us. I want to ask Creator for gifts of forgiveness, and I want to ask for a willingness and a gift of humility to learn and to teach. I want to ask Creator for you to heal our land and use birth and use Indigenous midwives as a part of that. I want to ask for there to be a returning of birth to our land again and into our communities. And I want to ask today that you would raise up Indigenous midwives across our land. Hi. So I'm coming from the lens of growing up in community in Millbrook First Nations in Mi'kma'ki. I'm coming from a lens of having contact for a very long time, right? And so a part of that is a lot of our traditions around birth aren't as tangible as some of our brothers and sisters out west. So I actually became a midwife through the university system in Ontario, and then I went on to work and train in Alberta. And so through this time, one thing that I've learned is just how there's this constant cry for decolonizing, right? And one of the areas that often gets overlooked is our birth practices. It's a vital part of this whole resurgence that's happening and the healing that's taking place. So I was able to meet a Tsuut'ina family just outside of Calgary who had their first home birth with the midwives out of Calgary in the last 5 years. And in that experience, she was sharing with us that the elders came to her and let her know how important it was that she was choosing a home birth, even though people were very nervous. We've been told constantly as women with birth that we're unpredictable. We're almost like ticking bombs. You never know when things are going to go wrong. This whole idea of risk, right? And all of those affect our interpretation and our trust in ourselves and what our bodies can do in carrying babies in our wombs and then having them come out. So there was a lot of apprehension around their planning of a home birth, but they did go through with it, and there was a lot of prayer, there was drumming in the house, there was ceremony, and they had their baby on the land. And an elder reassured her, that Tsuut'ina young woman, that it was so important for us to bleed on the land again. So hunting on the land, blood is shed, right? For years, even just women menstruating, in all these different ways, placenta ceremony, blood would be returning to the land. And more recently, with the removal of birth from our communities, that's no longer happening. And so I just found it really interesting and a fascinating perspective that I hadn't heard yet, with that healing our land. And one thing that I've seen is that all across, so after a season in Alberta, coming back to out east to Mi'kma'ki, where I'm from, I first went to New Brunswick and was doing midwifery there, and then I'm now back in Nova Scotia. And everywhere I go, people want to connect, reconnect to birth practices, right? Indigenous birth practices. And one of those very tangible ways to get started would be through ceremony with the placenta. So that's not the trendy Hollywood way of cooking your placenta or anything like that. It has to do with burial of the placenta. And there's a lot of ways to do this in a way that, and sometimes people, some communities and nations are just as happy just with the umbilical cord, right? That is drying and eventually comes off of babies. And some people will take that if they don't lose it in the diaper and they put that in a medicine pouch, right? But part of the placenta ceremony, the whole idea is that you're grounding your child to where they're from, right? Or where you want them to be connected to with the land. So we were able to do that in different communities throughout the country over these last few years of offering tobacco and offering prayer, and sometimes getting a tree and burying that placenta and then having that tree over above it so that child says, that's my tree. So there's different ways that we can do this that are tangible and immediate. But what I want to present to you in all of this is that there is a need to make this happen now, right? So we know that our current healthcare system isn't protecting or doing the best job of serving and protecting Indigenous people, right? The data is there, and the pain and the stories of racism are all there. And the saddest, more recent politicized story of the woman who passed away in Quebec, right, because of clear racism and systemic racism. So a part of Indigenous midwifery specific is a desire to bring back traditional teachings, and like the last speaker said, traditional parenting, and to be able to have birth centers. So we know this is happening across the country, and this is one way that we can see healing happen. So I just want to highlight that this is going on in different parts of the country. We had in 2017, the government had put forth a commitment to fund Indigenous midwifery specifically. We definitely have some people who are heralding our cause and understand the value. And I think that we're just at a place in showing what can be done across the country. But I also believe that we're at a place that we're kind of been waiting for a long time for the government to come in and get something started, when really it's time to just start something, right? To start where we're at. And so the National Aboriginal Council of Midwives, I'm coming in as a co-chair of the National Aboriginal Council of Midwives, or the acronym known as NACM. And we recently did a forum. We were able to gather the voices of all the people that have received some of that funding across our land, and who are able to share what's already been done. And so with all of that work, I think that it's clear that we're just at the start. We need one another to learn more, to know what to do next. But it's clear, like with anti-Indigenous racism, with child apprehension, and with, all the concerns that we're having with maternal health and newborn health, is that Indigenous midwifery can be part of that healing and solution. So I just wanted to bring that forward, bring that prayer forward, and just let everyone know that we have to get to a place where we're practicing those inherent rights, to decolonize our birth practices, and not to be discouraged by the little pieces that we take back, right? But to also think about turning all of our political, strength into an agenda that moves past just doing administrative things. But anyway, I'm looking forward to questions. I feel like that would be a good way for me to connect with everyone. Thanks, Cedric.
Well, and Alicia. So our next speakers are our para speakers, Michelle McLean and Tara Little, who are Director of Health Services and Health Services Coordinator of the Lennox Island First Nations Health Services. Michelle and Tara, the stage is yours.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Michelle McLean, and I am the Director of Health from the Lennox Island First Nation, and we're in Prince Edward Island, and we come from what they call, Mi'kmaq word is Abagwit, and it just means something lying on the water. And I've been the Director of Health Services since, I've been in this health field since 1995, and we were very appreciative for being invited to speak today about our Healthy Child Development programs. In Lennox Island, we take many factors into account.
We just need the slide.
Oh, sorry. Could we get our slide presentation put up? Okay. So we take many factors into account, and we guide our planning and day-to-day programming by ensuring all staff involved with clients have the space and time to work together to ensure the best possible results for clients, and by ensuring that we have programs in place to support clients in all stages and phases of their lives. I'm just going to get you to skip to slide 4, please. It must be slide 3, sorry, it would have been prenatal, it says. So we're going to speak to you about the programs that we offer from our prenatal and continuing throughout childhood. And we'll also be discussing programming that we offer to our families. So we have prenatal health. We do prenatal assessments, prenatal education booklets. We offer fruit and vegetable milk vouchers for expectant mothers. We do prenatal education groups, one-on-one, and follow the Prince Edward Island prenatal education guidelines. We provide culturally sensitive teaching materials. We do breastfeeding education, nutrition education and assessment, and we refer to a dietitian, which we have in our community. We do FASD education and arrange for medical transportation as required. And we make referrals to the appropriate agencies and services. Next slide, please. For maternal child health, we do home visiting for babies and preschool children. We have well baby clinics, prenatal support and building trusting relationships through home visiting, breastfeeding support, pre and postnatal fitness training with our expecting moms and afterwards, postnatal. We help parents schedule meal bag programs and little chef programs. Sometimes we attend doctors and immunization appointments with the clients, attend medical appointments with the families as requested. And we do the developmental screens, referrals to all types of services required by the family. And we partner with services to ensure gaps are addressed. And we do baby food making. We guide parents with that. We do one-on-one cooking with moms and weekly play groups. Next slide. For our well baby clinics, children are assessed with the Nippy-Sing screening or the ages and stages according to provincial guidelines. We make referrals as required, and we provide parental education on health promotion, growth and development, and illness accidental prevention. And we promote immunizations. Next slide, please. So for our Aboriginal Head Start Daycare, IELCC, our daycare facility programming, learning takes place via play-based model. So there's an emphasis on social interaction, skills, and culture. We have incorporated the Mi'kmaq language curriculum, and it was developed by Azor and early childhood professionals. We have core values program curriculum developed by Azor and the early childhood professionals in the region. Look-see child assessments to flag potential development concerns, quality assessment, monitoring, and improvement using AICI assessment, outdoor classroom land-based programming, Indigenous SLP program, and SLP, PT, OT services are offered in the facility if appropriate. Next slide. So our preschool clinics evaluation, Nippy-Sing screening is applied at each well baby clinic. Growth and development, hearing, vision, and speech assessments are done. Referrals are made as required to speech, vision, hearing, OT, and physicians, age of 4 years preschool appraisals. Other developmental screenings are completed as required, ages, stages, Denver, etc. Slide. So for our injury prevention and child safety, we do the car seat training, convertible car seats to new parents as required are given. We do the installation and education. Other items may include booster seats, life jackets, helmets, safety locks, fire alarms, extinguishers, and other programs offer different safety items. We hold a safety expo, which includes the car seat safety, fire safety, water safety, bike safety, poison prevention, personal safety education, etc. We do annual CPR first aid certification, and we allow clients to join. So moving into the school programs as they relate to our health programs. Health education and screening in elementary, junior, and senior high. Topics and programming is depending on the age. Programming takes place in the class or in after school groups. And we have health classes and education, and they include nutrition, physical activity, diabetes awareness, smoking, drugs, dental health, hygiene, hand washing, body systems, sexuality, self-esteem, life skills, and safety issues, and many more. And so that is a little glimpse of what we offer for our children's programming. Now Tara is going to speak to you about our Healthy Child Development Team. Did I introduce you, Tara?
Nope, but I can,
Okay.
I can do that.
Sorry.
Okay. My name is Tara Little, and I've been working in Lennox Island First Nation for almost 25 years. I've always been involved with children and children's health, and now am managing our Healthy Child Development Team. So I will get started with that. And Shelley and I have been working together for a very long time. So our Healthy Childhood Development Team is a multidisciplinary team offering partnership with parents to develop health plans to keep their children happy, healthy, and safe. So the way our system currently works is that every 2 weeks, our team meets to read, it meets every 2 weeks, sorry. This idea was created by Elder Marilyn Sark. She was the first community health nurse in Lennox Island, and that was about, we've determined it somewhere between 1970 and 1972. So once she retired formally, she really put all her energy into thinking about the children in the community and actually the province, because she's done a lot of work with the province also. And she was concerned about the lack of knowledge, not only here, but the province PEI on the topic of fetal alcohol syndrome. She connected with many partners across the province, and she provided many trainings and timely information to service providers, not just here in Lennox Island and not just in the Indigenous communities, but straight across the province for social workers, teachers, government officials, and whatnot. And really, she was a champion, and people really sought her out and sought out the information that she had gathered in order to present and move the province forward in a good way when it came to fetal alcohol syndrome. So simultaneously, she took the initiative to develop 2 teams, one here in Lennox Island First Nation and our counterpart, Abaguit First Nation, which consists of 3 First Nation communities. And in each of those, child development teams comprised of community professionals were developed in order to address gaps in services that families and children might need. Next slide, please. Oh, that's the one. Oh, sorry, that one. Sorry. So the overarching goal of the child development team is to maintain ongoing support and involvement, identify gaps and prevent duplication of service, as well as provide support, guidance, and resources necessary to empower parents as the most important people in their children's lives. And although we've changed a lot and evolved a lot over the past almost 2 decades, that's kind of our central message, and we've really not moved away from that too much. So I'm on slide 13, which is Health Child Development. The team meets every 2 weeks for case conferencing. I think it's back a couple. Yes, that's, oh, there. Nope. Back. There. Perfect, thank you. So ultimately, the team is comprised of 5 different working groups. So each of those working groups are responsible to meet on a 2-week cycle. Next slide. So the first I'm going to speak of is the Healthy Child Development Team. So this working group, sorry. So this working group is one that I personally oversee, and it is comprised of myself, the early childhood team lead, Jordan's principal staff, the daycare supervisor, allied services staff such as SLPs, OTs, PT, an interventionist, MCH coordinator, and anyone else that we've deemed over time may come in or out of our programs. We can invite guests and whatnot to round that up. So next slide. So the next Team is the primary care working group, which is comprised of the CHN, who is also our primary care lead, the home and community care nurse coordinator, dietitian, who is also the health promotion coordinator, the chronic disease prevention nurse, and home support staff. Next slide, please. Then we have the mental wellness working group, and that's comprised of the mental wellness lead, mental health therapists, youth workers, addiction staff, and cultural support staff. Next slide, please. And we have an education working group, and that is comprised of the education director, who is the team lead for that, the school principal, teachers involved from the various schools our children attend, educational assistants, and youth workers. And then last but not least is our community child and family services group, which is a prevention program. So that consists of the child and family services team lead, family support workers, and youth workers. So there are team leads for each table, which I've kind of alluded to, I think, as I went through. So yeah, I actually did ensure that they were that. So those leads from each of those tables also meet on a 2-week cycle in order to bring the concerns from their teams up to be discussed, if appropriate, at that table. So the importance of some of these things is, I guess before our tables, we had a lot of individuals who would just come and they'd ask for a service, and if we couldn't provide it, we'd just say, why don't you go try this, or why don't you go try that? So now, instead of that system, what we do is we take what the client is requesting or what we're determining with them would be a best way to move forward, and then we bring it through our tables to see what, if anything, can be done, how can we address the gaps without just sending people aimlessly down doors and having limited, varied amounts of success. The other aspect of it that's proved to be very beneficial is having the service providers work together and understand what each other does and what services they are and are not able to provide in a more trustful and respectful relationship. Because in years past, like decades ago, it was more like, try this, try that. Oh, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to do it for you, and it wasn't beneficial to anyone. So this has given us the responsibility to not just pass the buck to someone else or not to blame someone else, and to work in a coordinated fashion to best address gaps and needs. I think, did I have one last slide? Nope, that was it. Lalio, if anybody has any questions?
We're asking them at the very end.
They're asking them at the very end. Thank you very much.
Yep, that's exactly it. So we have one more presentation. Yep.
I gotta go. I'm called.
Is that Chief Delorme saying that? There you are.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Good morning, Chief Cadmus Delorme. So Chief of Cowessess First Nation, here to talk about the first First Nations law that was created in Child and Family Services. So Chief Delorme, the floor is yours.
Nanaskamun, Tapwe Pokomio Kisagaw. It's a beautiful day. I come to you from not from Cowessess Treaty 4, but that's where I'm the chief of. I'm actually in Toronto right now, and I apologize that I'm disrespecting the territory I'm on. I mean no disrespect, but I'm chief of Cowessess. I'm chief on the Cowessess First Nation, which is in southeast Saskatchewan in Treaty 4 territory. I just turned 40. I look young for a chief. Maybe it's because of that reserve water I get to shower in every day that I'm so blessed. The next couple minutes, I just want to explain to you, like a vehicle, where we've been, what's in the vehicle right now, and then where the headlights are going. And I want to show you a couple pictures. So I do have some things I want to share on the screen. And so they're just pictures, but I wanted to show you a picture here. In Cree, we call it Mio Pima Tisawin. And as young people today, we honor our ancestors, our grandparents, and our parents. But sometimes we're like, we wake up and we're like, what just happened to our people? Like why is it that we feel that we are fighting to remain indigenous, to why is the validation of the pain and frustration and anger and tiredness of just trying to remain indigenous. And my personal journey is I grew up on my First Nation, but I kind of sensed the struggles, but I didn't really understand it because no one in my community really talked about the struggles. It was just more about just kind of jump into the river and swim. And when I got to university, I attended the First Nations University of Canada. That's when I started to learn the history. And I actually turned a little bit to anger at first. I'm like, what do you mean my grandparents and my parents and my great grandparents? What do you mean Canada treated them? Like I started to get very defensive. And then I started to ask more questions at home with my parents and my kokum, my grandmother. And then I started to turn that energy of anger to strategy. And I ended up getting my master's in one of the most Indigenous public policy schools so I can understand both sides of the journey. And so today, as a chief, Cowsis is doing child welfare reform. We're the only First Nation in Canada to date that has a coordination agreement, and where we told Canada and the provinces, in Cree we say awas, go away. We told them, awas, get your child welfare laws out of our affairs and let us control our destiny. And they awas, they got out with all of our strong approaches, and we signed a coordination agreement with them they will fund and invest in the Cowsis journey. Ultimately, Cowsis is controlling our own destiny now. And so I just want to show you this picture because this picture speaks a lot of volumes to who we are today. So this was a picture taken in around 1860 in the Treaty 4 area. In one of the books called Clearing the Plains, James Daschuk, it's a recommended book, very heavy, but it talks about how Canada's policies, starvation, put a lot of Indigenous people in the state we're in today. It's called Clearing the Plains. But in the book, there's a surveyor that came to Saskatchewan, pre-Saskatchewan in around 1860, and wrote in his diary, this is on record, that he came across 3 warriors on horseback. And these 3 warriors from this surveyor, this guy from Ottawa who wrote in his diary, he said they were the most fit people he has ever met in his life, physically, mentally, emotionally. He said they were so stoic and intimidating in how they looked at these surveyors, but yet when they talked to each other in their language, he said they were so funny and pure and just love and relationship. And for the 2 days, these warriors, our ancestors, gave them the best hospitality, because that's who we are as Indigenous people. We always give the best hospitality. And this picture really strikes to what is the end goal today. The end goal is to make sure that our children, that our youth have mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual balance. And every one of us are on a different journey. We don't compare ourselves to the left and right person beside you. We just all must understand we're on this journey together and we must balance ourselves. There's another picture. This picture is all over my mom's house, and I grew up looking at it all the time. This is End of the Trail. And the reason I'm showing these 2 pictures is because I'm going to get to my main slide here right away. Is I always wondered why my mom had this picture all over our house as a kid. When I got to university, we had to do a report. So I did a report on the End of the Trail. I wanted to know about this logo. This logo was done in 1909 from a male grandpa, a mushum at the time. He was born in the 1840s, and in 1908 or 1909, he was elderly, and he drew this before he died. He drew this because he was the last of the warrior society before reserves, before residential schools, and he watched one generation already go through on reserve and residential schools, and he was sad. He said the warrior spirit is now sleeping. And that's why in this picture you have a warrior horse and a warrior with their head down. But the thing is he never threw his spear down. He didn't give up. He just said the warrior spirit is sleeping now. And so today in 2022, we must find our balance to lift up that warrior's head, and that warrior, and our warriors today, the greatest warrior is the one that can bring peace. And our warriors today come in many different figures today, from education to motivators to people living a clean life. It's not just battle like how we might think or how we might portray warriors. Warriors is about mental, physical, emotional, spiritual balance. And I just want to finish off by sharing Cows's creation story when it comes to how we created our law. This is really important because Cows's created our own child welfare reform law called the Mio Pima Tisawin Act. In Cree, that means striving for a better life. And when we were creating our law, we had to have very uncomfortable conversations within our First Nation. Because in order to heal, we kind of have to start with our own truth as well. You know, there's a truth and reconciliation calls to action that all Canadians must implement in order to make sure that we honor our survivors of residential school, but also that we never ever have to go through that in the First Nations relationship with Canada ever again. But in First Nations, we also kind of have to have our own reconciliation as well. And, you know, a lot of our youth are put in a lot of challenging spots today because of different views of the world. And please, our elders and our adults are the most precious and valuable assets we have. But our youth are also very resilient. And one of the things we have to have, and this is what Cows's did, we did some engagements and we asked some really tough questions to create our child welfare law. You know, we talked about clarifying a care provider. And we understood in the Cows's traditional aspect that sometimes grandma and grandpa got the firstborn. That was just a traditional thing. Sometimes if there was too much kids in the house, you'd go live at aunties and uncles. There was no paper signed. You just went and lived with auntie and uncle your whole teenage life. And so we tried to capture that's vertical lineage and kinship. What are reasonable efforts and ongoing assessment? You know, if there is a child that is really needing intervention, how do we make sure we're doing real reasonable efforts and ongoing assessment? We asked many different approaches to that. Substantive equality. You know, how do our children have similar outcomes? The best example of this one is I raise a 5-year-old daughter, my wife and I. My 5-year-old daughter, her parents have disposable income where we can take her swimming on weekends. My daughter's best friend in kindergarten comes from a single parent with 4 other siblings. That disposable income is not the same. My 5-year-old daughter's best friend cannot go swimming every weekend. So how do we make sure in our law that my 5-year-old daughter and my 5-year-old daughter's best friend can have similar outcomes? That's where you got to make sure that it's not about only fairness, but it's about similar outcomes. Intergenerational transfer. This one was really important to us because we found out in our research that a child 0 to 7 must be raised with pureness. Let them be pure, let them be children. But from 7 to 18, you must teach your children right from wrong. Whose responsibility is it to teach children right from wrong? It's the home fire, it's the kinship. What role does the school play? What role does the health department play? What role does child welfare reform play? What role does the community play? But we must teach our children right from wrong. And then this is where we separate. And it's not a bad thing to separate. We just must understand that there's truths that we may have a lot of questions on. This is the truth we found out, that it takes females 1 year to hit adolescence. It takes males 6 years to hit adolescence. And as funny as that might sound, I say if I had Facebook when I was 20, I don't think I'd be a chief today because It took a while for even me to hit adolescence, but that is why, females are such strong leaders, is because of they mature faster. And that's not a bad thing. We just must understand that there are adolescence and intergenerational transfer. My last comment before I close is we have to identify some very key aspects within our First Nations to create a law that was going to be about love and relationship. We talked about loss of control in our nation because of colonization, loss of control in politics. What role does chief and councils play in this? We don't want it to be political. What role does our language play? Because we're very strong English speakers on Cowes today, how do we make sure our language is respected? Give hence the mio pimates winak. Our laws are in our language. Culture. How do we make sure that everybody knows who they are, where they come from, and are a very proud Indigenous person? Economic. How do you make sure that children wake up and watch their parents get ready for work? Because you can change a lot in a house by doing that. Health. The prior presentation about physical, like sugar is one of our biggest challenges today. But the thing is mentally emotional is going to only escalate. We got to address the mental emotional. Spiritual. Every home should have faith. We're saying if it's religious or spiritual, we're not judging, but every home should have faith and a prayer. And then social. How is the community and the people going to accept one another? Sometimes we have an on versus off reserve mentality. Sometimes there's last name discriminations, but how do we make sure it's social? My absolute last comment before I close is one of the Kokums, the elders, told us the following. She said, I can only help my grandchild as much as I help myself. And I asked her to explain that when she said that. And what she means is she has a view in life. And her view, the ceiling is there because of what she's been through. She told me, I don't want to raise my granddaughter with my ceiling. She said, I need your new child welfare reform approach to make sure my grandchild's ceiling is even higher. And I told her, your knowledge is valuable, but we'll make sure that your granddaughter has no ceilings. She'll set her own ceiling. So thank you very much for letting me share a few words.
Always a pleasure to hear you, Chief Delorme. And I know that the work that CAUSIS has done has inspired many communities here in the Quebec and Labrador regions. So again, those trailblazers that are showing us that we can do better and do differently for our own communities. So now we're coming on to our question and answer period. So if I can have all of our speakers spotlighted as we go into the Q&A section. Just a reminder, if ever you do have questions to ask, we do have a few prepared, but using the chat box function where we have staff monitoring all of those coming in. So I'll start with a general question and really open it up to the floor. I do have questions more specific for each of your organizations, but it's something we asked yesterday where we said we're trying to move away from the negative, moving away from the deficit-based approaches and looking towards our strength-based approaches. So what would be some of the indicators of success to measure, all the words at the same time. What would be some of the indicators of success to measure the quality of life improvements for First Nations from your perspective? And Alicia, I might go to you first.
I think that one of the indicators of success is keeping our children in the community, right? I would always say breastfeeding rates and then bonding. So what's interesting is that we were really excited to hear a woman's story who had come out of the 60 scoop, had been affected by that and dealt with child apprehension because of her own journey with coming off of drug addiction on and off over the years. And then having her fourth child later in life, was able to get into midwifery care. And she talked about, like, she had made a choice because she had been using in part of that pregnancy, but then did sober up to adopt, put the baby into the adoption system. And that in that particular moment with midwives, something that's just kind of done routinely, was to put the baby, as soon as baby was born, put baby right on mom, skin to skin. And she said, as soon as that happened, the bonding that took place, she was like, this baby's not going anywhere. And then was able to successfully breastfeed that baby, and then chose to keep her baby, and is doing very well, right? Like with some supports in place, and having, I'd say that indication, we hear stories like that with around birth, right? Where women and even partners, right? We know that by involving partners in births, rates of violence, right? Intimate partner violence goes down in communities and in families. So pretty powerful indicators of success.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Michelle and Tara, what are the indicators of success for child wellness in your sphere?
More informal ones, but one of the more telling ones is when we hear from families through our service providers, especially ones that are visiting in homes. Home visitors have a very unique perspective and more intimate knowledge of the family and the needs and whatnot. And that we're hearing more and more through our systems that people feel supported at no matter where they're coming in or who they're dealing with. So ultimately, whatever service provider they're able to reach out to or they feel a connection with, that they can come into our systems and we can provide a wraparound service that does truly help address their needs. And through that, we find that the families are more trusting to enter, not just in that one space, but then come into other programs and services that they would benefit from, whether that be to deal with mental health, addictions, special daycare programs that we have, any kind of services for physical health and whatnot. So I guess that's the thing, is just building that trust for families around what we have to offer so we can best serve them.
Perfect. And it's in the name of our meeting, right? It's a continuum of services. So being able to meet the person wherever they're at in their process. Michelle, did you want to make a comment?
No, I think Tara answered the question.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So Chief Delore, what are the indicators of success?
Thank you very much. More at an individual perspective, our youth have to be able to conceive the information and believe in what they're talking about. And so we got to make sure we create atmospheres that are able for our youth to conceive the information. And if there's something that is clouding them from conceiving the information, maybe it's something that has happened traumatically, or just they don't understand it. We have to be able to go to the level of where they're at. And then secondly, we have to create uncomfortable conversation atmospheres. In order to be positive, we can't just assume everybody's coming in with an optimistic mind. We kind of got to understand that you got to create an environment where you can have an uncomfortable conversation, but that's not a bad thing. The thing is you got to address the truth and then move to a more positive approach. So sometimes we start at stage 3 and then we fail at stage 4. It's because we never really started at stage 1, and that's creating an atmosphere to be able to have an uncomfortable conversation, to make sure that their brain conceives the information and they believe in it.
Very, very interesting. Maybe looking towards our other speakers, if anyone wants to bounce off what one of the others said, or are we going on to our next questions? Next questions? Perfect. So this one would be for Alicia, and we do have questions coming in. But to start off with, Alicia, one of the things that we do have to talk about, one of those uncomfortable conversations, is postpartum depression. And it's a reality in our communities, something that's usually unspoken for many women. And what we're wondering is, how does a community provide the support, and how do organizations like yourselves be there for women through those difficult times?
Yeah, that's a great point. Something interesting, when you start to catch the buzzwords, right? And when you're in certain settings, like let's say you're doing your degree or you're upgrading and you start to hear the newest research, right? So one of the newest language I've heard recently is trauma-informed care. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, I was looking it up, listening, and I was like, okay, that's just something we naturally do in as midwives. So in our training, one of the biggest pillars is informed discussions, right? Informed choice discussions. And a part of that is having families be aware of what is happening routinely in the medical field and in hospital settings around their care, their health. And a part of that is often people are told what's going to happen to them without being a part of that decision, right? And I'm bringing this up because it's all connected to your interpretation of what happened to you afterwards. And then that affects depression, right? Whether you felt traumatized or you felt harmed by your experience. And so around prenatal, the pregnancy, and then the birth, being a part of that the whole way through, right, in the decision making can lessen those effects afterwards. And then from there, we have, again, like what the Chief Delorme said about having those uncomfortable conversations, right? I know of multiple women who didn't know how to communicate the feelings that they were having and ashamed of, right? But in those, I think that in our communities, we do have safe places where those conversations can happen, right? In order to then address helping those people. And I think that some of our help happens naturally, right? Like it can look like one thing where one auntie or one cousin is always dropping her kids off, right? Because she's got to go somewhere and you find your little babysitters, but that's their way of coping, right? They could be coping from postpartum depression and they need those breaks. So I'd say that our communities are actually quite good at addressing depression in ways that maybe non-Indigenous communities don't do in a good way. But the big piece being that trauma-informed, meaning people being a part of deciding how their care goes.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Chief Cadmus, we have a question for you from the audience asking about the process and how long have you had your own law? And how long were the growing pains, especially when politics do have to get involved in such a thing?
Thank you very much for the question. So CAUSIS is 14 months into full jurisdiction. So we have jurisdiction over our children in care and prevention services across the country. So coast to coast to coast. We treat a child in Northern Ontario the same as we would treat a child on Cowes First Nation, as the same would treat a child in Alberta, because we know what we need to heal. We don't want the ministry to come in and tell us anymore what we need to heal, because we know. So it's been 14 months, April 1st, 2021. And so it has been a challenge. I get criticized as a chief just because of the approach we're taking from some of my own citizens. Chief, you're selling our inherent rights and ... And, but then some are like, chief, we should have did this 30 years ago. And so, it's really tough to have change, especially when there's a huge mistrust between the Crown and Indigenous people. And so we approached it in a way where, if I can explain it in 1 minute, think of two canoes going down the river. And please, I'm not trying to talk about the Wampum Treaty. I'm just talking of just an image in your mind of two canoes going down the river. One canoe is the Crown, is Canada, is the provinces, is Section 91 and 92 of the Canadian Constitution, which is the biggest political miscommunication. The other canoe is CAUSIS, the rights holder. Indigenous people, we're rights holders in this country. We agreed to flow down this river as long as the sun shines, grass grows, river flows together. And what the thing is Canada threw in our canoe the Indian Act to imprison our minds. Canada threw the residential school in our canoe to try brainwash our minds. Canada, threw the 60s scoop in our canoe to try remove our children. What CAUSIS is telling Canada and the provinces today is awas in Cree, get out, get out of our canoe. We know how to control our own destiny. And we created our own Mio Pima Tisuin Act. We have our own fiscal agreement we created, and it's working well. Like, we're giving grandparent respite. We have mothers going back to school. We're helping a child with autism right now. Like, we are giving direct services based on our approach. And it's not a simple matter because expectations are quite high. And I think our biggest enemy right now is within our own canoe of cows as people, is we're too tough on each other. Like, we expect too much. It's like every chief has a Facebook group that chalks them up, and I got one too. And, it's just, we're trying to heal, but yet the pain is real. So I hope that kind of gives you a picture that it's being done in this country. It is being done with challenges, but I really like the approach that my nation is taking right now.
Perfect. I think in Mi'kmaq we'd say jiggle eye, right? Get out of here. I heard that a few times as a youth. So, Michelle and Tara, one of the questions that we'd have for you is, you talked about that continuum, all those different levels, all the different working groups or tables that you have. With that holistic mindset of prevention, intervention, and even postvention, what are the biggest needs that you guys see in your communities for childcare?
My turn. This is my day to day, I guess. I'm not sure. So the biggest needs that we see are really and truly, we've been able to address a lot of those needs just in the last number of years with Jordan's principle. We were ready for that for 20 years. So we knew what the needs were. So then it's the practical day to day of how to put the resources into play in an appropriate way. So the challenges come with just the coordination, I think, is our biggest problem, and our biggest focus also is to try to manage expectations, balance the concerns that the families bring forward with the ability of the community to meet those needs, to also be able to acknowledge when we don't have the appropriate services and we can't have enough humility to say, we can't do this well and we can't do this appropriately. We need to reach out and find other service providers and whatnot that can do it. So I guess the biggest challenge is just continuing to be humble, work hard, coordinate our services to make sure that we are offering for community what they do need. Because as the chief was just saying, it's the too tough on each other. And I think that we'll take that forward, and whatnot is people are hurt, people have traumatic histories that we work with them to address, but in order to help them, we just need to move forward with them, meet them where they are, and definitely not take a one-size-fits-all approach.
Absolutely.
Add anything, Michelle?
And like Chief Cadmus said earlier too, is creating that safe space, like an environment where you can have those difficult conversations. And I think that is important, where we allow people to feel culturally safe and that they can come to see us about anything throughout their journey. And I think it's important to keep that in the back of our minds as they come to us.
Perfect. And maybe as a follow-up question to keep, we have about 5 minutes left, but to keep on that same thing, it's been mentioned a few times during this forum about the problems with aging out. We have services like Jordan's Principle. We have the CHRT decisions with prevention funding. But once that child hits 18, where do they fall? They fall into cracks. And how does your community address those issues of falling into the cracks?
Is that for us? Yeah, okay. So we find that it's beneficial in our community. We have a program called the Pre-Employment Skills Program. And within that program, we do some life skills programming and different things like that, just to help people along the way. Sometimes it's difficult that we can't do everything that the Jordan's Principal program can do, but it's just kind of working with them to make sure that they can get access to services that they do need, and to just not forget about them. Just because there's not the service there doesn't mean that we can't help them work through their issues or concerns, or just to keep them on the right track. And we work with clients in every aspects of care, healthcare, and wellness in our health center. So a lot of the times we have different staff working with the same client, and so they may have been with them throughout their journey. And yeah, so I think it's just making sure that we don't forget to continue to work with them throughout their stages of life.
And we do prepare for these things too, we do see them coming, and not all of the people that sit on our child development teams work exclusively, many of them don't work exclusively with children and even families. They work with adults and seniors and whatnot. So we do see the needs that are coming up, and then we do look for other programs, like Shelley said, we can bring in to help patch those gaps. And yeah, it's not as cut and dry as Jordan's Principal. Doesn't meet the needs in the same more clear-cut way. But if we are prepared between social development, our pre-employment services programs, and we physically house all of these programs in the same facility. So even though it's the health center, we have social development here, primary care, like all of course the health programming, whether it be mental health, physical health, and then education comes to us. So we discuss specific clients and clients' needs, and then we actually move the child development needs through our systems into a care facilitation team for adults, who also coordinate on behalf in the same way that we do for children and families for adults.
Awesome, very interesting. And finally, maybe one final question with seeing the time from our audience members, asking what everyone's approach is towards addressing family violence and women's wellness within that spectrum. I'd open the floor, see if anyone has anything they'd like to say. Alicia?
I could end it with a quick story that I don't know, it really impacted me. There was a family having their third baby with us. They hadn't had midwives before. They're Tsuut'ina First Nations, and Tsuut'ina is just outside of Calgary, right? Like side by side. They have the Grey Eagle Casino and Hotel, and they just built a Costco, right? Like they're in prime place. So they receive a lot of services right in the city. And so they were going to be having midwives for the first time, because they had some encounters that sometimes were racist and just didn't feel safe. So they were excited to join under my care specifically, and they were planning a water birth in the hospital, which was pretty special because the hospital had a water birth policy. And so it was really a fun journey of being with this couple, and also just learning a lot of elders' teachings just by being with them, right? So like the woman talked to her baby and knew her body and trusted herself. And so she called me from the hospital and said, "Can you come meet me?" And I was like, "Yeah." She sounded really relaxed and calm. The whole triage was full. And so I quickly, we're waiting for a room, and she said, "You know what? I think I'm 5 centimeters. And for those you don't know, you got to get to 10 centimeters, right? So that's halfway there." And she's so relaxed that I was thinking, I don't know, okay. But I remembered, right? She listens to her body, and she knows better than me. So we got into her, and sure enough, so I had to check her to know if we were in labor or not, right? So sure enough, I checked her. I said, "You're 5 centimeters. She didn't need me to tell her. She already knew. And so we went in the room, and they put on the country music, and she got out her magazine and her long reading socks that you see at Indigo. And she's watching, and she looks at her partner and she says, if you're gonna have a smoke, you better go now. And I was like, okay. So I'm doing all my paperwork, listening to the baby, and he leaves. Smart guy comes back, and sure enough, things got really, she's having to focus. The magazines go away, the lights go dim, and she's saying, you know what, I don't know if I can do this. Maybe I might need drugs, but she did tell me she would say that. And so, but she wanted to go natural, unmedicated. So I had the birth pool brought in. We filled it with hot water, and sure enough, she got to get in there, and she just she relaxed, took a deep breath. She said, "Okay, I think I can do this now." She tells her partner, and then and as soon as she relaxed, her waters went, and she felt it. She's like, "Oh, my waters broke. I think the baby's coming." And so my backup midwife is there, and I'm looking at the partner. I said, do you want to help catch your baby? And he's like, okay. And I said, so, I'll guide you. I'll be right here with you. Wash your hands. You have gloves on or not, doesn't matter. You're all the same family. So the baby's going to come, right? So the baby's head's being born. And I told him, okay, I'll make sure there's no cord around the neck, and I'll help you guide the baby up to mom. And so, the baby's starting to come, and here's dad. He's just like this. He froze. He didn't move. So I had to help catch the baby, put the baby up. And then in a few seconds, the tears, right? He's just he's a tap, and the tears are coming. And he's looking at his woman, and he's looking at his baby, and he's in awe of her strength. And you think, if a man can see his woman's strength, how, that is how you solve intimate partner violence, right? Is including the whole family again in these moments of when the baby is coming. So.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that story. And I think it's the perfect end to our panel. So I'd like to thank Alicia Julian Reed, co-chair of the National Aboriginal Council of Midwives, Michelle McLean and Tara Little, Director of Health Services and Health Services Coordinator of Lennox Island First Nations Health Services, and finally, Chief Cadmus Delorme, Chief of Cowessess First Nation, for being here with us today and for sharing all your wisdom, your knowledge, and again, talking about the importance of taking care of our little ones. So thank you very much. Walaliog, thank you all. And that would bring us now to our break. So you've got a new type or a different type of break today until 1 p.m. about Eastern time. So in about 10 minutes, we're just going to have the regular sides playing. But after that, in those 10 minutes, we will be having Ice Nabe coming to play music for us for 15 minutes about. So our next presentation will start at 1:15, but from 1 to 1:15, you will be having that musical background. So thank you. Have a great lunch, good coffee, and I'll be seeing you in about 25 minutes.
Abby, and it's an honor to be here at this summit to play some music for y'all. This first song I'm going to play is a song we'll call Ocean Breath, and it's one of the first songs I released with Ishkade Records, one of the first indigenous-owned labels in the country. Hope you enjoy.
Take me somewhere slow, where the time don't go. Take me somewhere slow, where the sun does blow. Dance now, I'm scared. Oh, we'll be thankful there. Ocean breath. Oh, we'll be thankful there. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. Take me somewhere slow, where the time don't go. Take me somewhere slow, where the earth lets go. Against our humble skin, oh, we'll be thankful then, beneath your ocean breath. Oh, I'll be thankful then. Beneath your ocean breath, oh, I'll be thankful then.
So this next song I'm going to play is a song I will call The Dawn. I grew up in a house without electricity, so I had a lot of time to learn how to play guitars in weird ways, I guess. And so that's where the technique comes from here, just a lot of extra time. And this is a song I wrote about remembering to appreciate the little things.
What kind of man would I be if I didn't practice what I preach? It's so good to dream, so very good to believe, but I'm losing hope, losing hope. And it's the simplest things, they're so easily saved. It's the simplest things, they're so easily other side. Oh, when the tide is always stronger, when you were tired. It's so good to dream, so very good to believe, but I'm losing home, losing home. And it's the simplest things that so easily escape. Oh, it's the simplest things that so easily escape. Oh, the simplest things they so easily escape. It's the simplest things they so easily escape. Like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning of the moon. Oh, like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning of the moon. Like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning of the world. Oh, like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning, like the dawning of the world. Hey.
So I'm Asenabi. That's OG Cree, and it means the people. And it's also my family name. It's been a pleasure playing for you all. And so my final song is a song I wrote called Ego Death.
If you come and take me home, stories written long ago. If you come and take me home, oh, the selfish words that kept me from. Tell me, have I lost my chance? Oh, the stories written in these hands. Have you come to take me home? Oh, the selfish love that filled the hole. Oh, do I blame it on this restless feeling? Do I blame it on nomadic spirits? seems I've been here for too long. But I only got myself to blame. 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 Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Used to say I don't believe in anything that leads to grieving. The only thing that's worth achieving was in store with me. Only got myself to blame. 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 Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Only got myself to blame. Only got myself to blame.
Be good.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that little half-hour break, especially with Ice Nabe, in those final 15 minutes, gave you back your energy for the rest of the day. We've got a few more presentations, and I just want to say, Ice Nabe, you have a new fan. Absolutely wonderful work. So, our next presentation is moving away from childhood care and into adult and senior care, where we're going to have a panel of different specialists talking and discussing about the health needs for adults and seniors, our elders, or our older folk, as our knowledge keeper told us today. Our first speaker is Dr. Augusto Horn, family physician at Akwesasne Medical Clinic. Each speaker will get 15 minutes, and then at the end, we'll come back for a Q&A session, just like we did this morning. So, Dr. Augusto Horn, the mic is yours.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Hi, everybody. I just have to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Can I get an indication that you guys can hear me?
Yes, yeah. We're good.
Excellent. Okay, so thank you very much for having this session today. I'm here to talk about perspectives of elder care in our communities. My name is Augusto Ganawahari Horn. I work at the Ganawatsurio Medical Clinic in Akwesasne. I am a daughter. My mother lives from Kahanawake and Bear Clan. My father is from Akwesasne. He's Wolf Clan. I'm a family doctor. I have lots of children, and I've worked for the last 15 years in many different settings, always with an eye, with some of my practice with working with our elders. So today I'd like to talk to you about some of my perspectives. Just as a caveat, there may be some noise. I had some problems with connectivity, and so I am in the parking lot of the motel that I'm staying at right now. So I apologize if there's any problems with the communication today. So I'd like to show you, to draw your attention to this basket. I always like to talk about where we are in our stages of our life. where I come from, there are many people who think of stages of life, of which I have come to know there are 7. And those would be conception, birth, childhood, adolescence, parenthood or adulthood, and then elderhood, and then death. And so each one has a specific basket that is associated with that time in the life cycle. And so when I was a young woman and I had a lot of children, I had this great big basket. It would be the mom basket, like a mom's purse with everything in it. And when I'd be at the longhouse, as you see now, mothers pulling out their food and their diapers and their moccasins and their toys for the kids to play and keep them calm and quiet while we were in ceremony. And so you have this great big basket that you carry around, and then your kids get older and it's kind of frayed, tattered, and then you take everything out of that basket and you put it aside, and you start to fill that basket with all of your recollections, your thoughts, the things that you've thought about and put together, and you put them all into your basket of your medicines, which also could include, actual medicines, but also this is the time in your life where, with all of these thoughts and experiences, we can now share them with other people. And so that's where I am in my life right now. And this has been a really good way for me to recognize my role as a teacher, which is much different than I was 10 years ago, where I was a mom and a new doctor 15 years ago. So if you could understand that's where I'm coming from, and that we all are in our own stages of our life at our own basket, and that may mean that we have a different perspective. So I'll speak today about my perspectives. So we always begin with words. I know you have already had some words today. Where I come from, we have something called the Ohandun Garduwadekwa, and those would be the words that come before all others. I'm not going to do this, we don't have time, but that is to say that we can do an acknowledgement of where we sit in the big idea, the big thoughts inside nature, the big mind that made this all happen. And particularly right now, when we think about all of our relationships, not just with other humans and people within our communities, but also the humanity, and of course Turtle Island, and how we're going to start to work together and put all our minds together so that we can create the space for our children to once again thrive in our communities, and work towards the survival of our peoples into the future, particularly with the incredible stresses that exist right now. And the reason that's so important is because it requires the attention and focus of not just all of the different parts of nature that we live in, but it includes our elders. We really need to include them in the discussion about where we're going to go into the future. They have an incredible amount of experience that we may not be tapping into in our endeavors right now. So I'm a family doctor. I have spent a lot of years delivering a lot of babies. I was really involved in the early parts of life. And of course, that was with young mothers and fathers. That was with their new children. And as I left that part of my work and then moved to a different reserve, my dad's reserve in Akwesasne, it started to be with the children, the young adults, the elders. And I did more and more elder care. And I wanted to say that it's really important that we recognize that we have different ceremonial keepers in our communities. This would be the plant medicine knowledge holders, our traditional ceremonial knowledge holders, the people who know the plant medicines, the traditional medicine people, the midwives, the doulas, all of the people who have really done they have taken care of our health in our past. And I think right now, as a family doctor, my role right now, I really feel strongly about figuring out how we can start to work together to make the things that we do complementary. And that not just includes, doula and midwifery care and delivering babies in and out of the hospital, but it also includes taking care of our elders. And so as a family doctor, I'm very lucky to have all of these from cradle to grave people in to take care of, but recognize that there are ceremonial people who have this knowledge as well in our hospitals, in our communities, and we should be working together towards change. So in our community, we have a number of different places to take care of our people as they go from one sector of one transition to another. So I start seeing them in home visits when they're ill, they have multiple comorbidities, then they go to assisted living and I see them in there. And then if they have problems with maintaining their IADLs, send them to the nursing lodge. And then of course, when they need 24-hour nursing care, we send them to the long-term care. And we have a whole number of different conditions that our people are living with in the nursing and long-term care homes. Depression, schizophrenia, cerebral palsy, and developmental delay from accidents that may have happened many years ago when they were born, and as children, and illnesses, childhood illnesses that we now can vaccinate against. Of course, dementia, strokes, the sequelae of diabetes, complications such as amputations, our frail elderly who have lost their autonomy, different cancers, different heart and lung disease, which make it very difficult for them to take care of themselves. And of course, at the end of their life, when we talk about palliation, comfort care, and more recently, I've really been noticing traumatic brain injury with very young people who I've been taking care of, who have suffered injuries that make them unable to communicate and take care of themselves. And this would be with motor vehicle accidents, and of course, most recently with the opioid crisis and people overdosing and having hypoxic brain injury requiring long-term care, even as young people. So our communities were never designed to be places where we could thrive and, survive and flourish. We all know about all of the many, many historical and contemporary problems which manifest in our communities and continue to be really, really important, the ground for the health system right now and our health of our people, which make us continuously have problems dealing with stress and becoming unhealthy. So we know about the water problem, we know about the housing problems, we know about the problems of pollution, and of course, the historical, the effects of our residential schools and the day schools and the tuberculosis in Indian hospitals, forced sterilization of our women, the murdered missing women. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we can talk about, but that's not the focus of today. But recognize that our elders who are in those homes right now, who are in their own homes, they actually went through all of this. And so we have to recognize that these are the survivors of all of these things that have happened to our people. They have a lot of knowledge that we really need to find and to garnish so that we can put them in our strategic plan for our collective future. So in about 12 years ago in 2012, we all remember the Idle No More movement. It was a huge movement that actually started up out of this recognition that there were some changes going to be made to the environmental protection that came out of the Environmental Protection Act, as well as the Navigable Waters Act. And what those were doing was changing the protection of our lands and making us more susceptible, less protected against big industry and climate change. And so right now, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act is now being reviewed this year. It's an incredible document that needs to really, really encompass the problems we have in our communities with regards to health and of course aging well. The reason I say that is because one of the biggest problems in many of our communities is the pollution related to mercury, for instance, in the water. We now have permafrost that's melting and it's holding all of this methyl mercury, which gets into and mercury that gets methylated and becomes organic and gets into our systems. And we bioaccumulate through eating the fish and the other things in our environment, eating a more traditional lifestyle, swimming in the waters, and we bioaccumulate this mercury. And the reason this is important is because it gets sequestered in our fatty tissues, which is our nervous system, our brains, and it really is a source of early dementia. So when we talk about elderly people, there is a very big link, not just with the past, but also with the present, our pollution and our long-term exposure to things like mercury, which are accelerating our dementia. in our community in Akwesasne, we have other things, not just mercury. We have things like PCBs, fluorine, PAHs, all of these things which are also cancer causing. And so I won't go into this big discussion about what happened, but we've had many, many studies, lots and lots of blood samples, hair samples, skin samples, urine and breast milk to recognize that we have a huge burden of heavy metal and chemical toxicity in our bodies, which have now made an incredible amount of problems with autoimmune disease, cancers, and accelerating the effects of things like diabetes. And so we have really an elderly population, which is maybe younger, but very ill with a lot of illness. So this is my auntie Gaji Cook. She's a midwife from Akwesasne, and she says, by contaminating our food chain, including mother's milk, with toxic compounds such as PCBs, dioxins, DDT, and many others, corporate society has removed from us our very ability to feed ourselves, our families, and our communities. Exposure to toxic contaminants in the environment, like the air, water, soils, local food, fish, wildlife, and mother's milk, has resulted in a rapidly changing epidemiology among Native people. So when we talk about elder care, we need to recognize the contribution of not just the things we talk about with the epigenetics and the founder effect and the things that have happened socially to us, but also the effects of pollution. When we talk about palliative care in our communities, we're talking about taking care of our elders in the best way that we can, really providing care to help them come to terms with their disease and where they are in their disease, and helping them make it to the next part in their course, in their life, in their cycle, going through that next transition. And this is the place where I find ceremonies to be so incredibly powerful, when we're able to help an elder, a sick person who is at the end of their life, pass with dignity and with calmness, not just for them, but for their families, including the staff who work at our institutions, our nursing homes. We often talk about narrative medicine. The real important point about telling stories, our elders know how to tell stories. And these are verb-based stories, languages. It's very metaphorical, experiential. It's very indirect, lots and lots of details that we may not get in a regular story. And we're able to really think about it and bring it in and come up with, decisions, make plans. Sharing our stories reinforces our relationships to our elders and to the people around us and into the future. It is such a huge important thing. And to sit down with our elders and just talk is absolutely probably the best medicine that we can give, and it's free. We always have to think about where we come from. I was considered the first female doctor in my community, and I was really uncomfortable by this because I recognized that I come from this huge amount of knowledge of people, women and men, who took care of our people. You have in the top corner my auntie Gaji Cook. On the right side, she is a midwife involved in the National Aboriginal Council of Midwives in Canada. On the top left, we have my grandfather, my great-grandfather, Peter Horan. He was sent down to Baltimore to learn about bone setting so that he could come up and help with bones in farming accidents, etc. The little guy in front of him is my grandfather, very, very important political person. My grandmother in the top right, Gahandinata, left, she was a plant expert. She knew people came from all over Montreal to Kahnawake, so she could go listen to their symptoms, go out, get the medications from the forest, and she would mix it. But the most important thing, she'd put it in a bottle and she'd say, here you go, this is how to take it, but I want that bottle back. And then when that person would bring the bottle back, she'd say, how are you? So she was always putting follow-up into her, into the delivery of her medications. On the bottom right, we have my grandmother on my father's side, is the little girl, and she fell through the ice when she was 2 years old, and she went way downstream in the middle of the winter, and the men ran down and they got her out of the ice and they pulled her out and they resuscitated her. And then of course she had my aunties and my uncles, and of course now hereafter. But the amount of knowledge that our people have to be able to take care of our people in really critical situations, we really have to give our people credit, because we're still here, and that's the knowledge that we need to be proud of. Is the knowledge that we may have forgotten that we once had, and we can still get. In the bottom left corner is my auntie Saga. She was the medical director of health over in Akwesasne for both the north and south side of the community. That is in the American and the Canadian parts of the community. And her real big thing was, how do we complement traditional medicine and Western medicine together, because they are completely complementary. And in the middle is my grandmother, my Duda Francis, and she used to say, if you ever have any question, you just go sit outside and you go look at the animals, and they will tell you how they will answer your questions. She used to tell me to sit outside and look at the birds and look at the sky, and she's really the one who really taught me the strength of the Ahondum Gordawadekwa, which as words become before all others. And so here I am today. I am a doctor. I have I've come from two sides. I have a traditional medicine, traditional strength. I also went to medical school and became a physician. And I'm now in my communities, and I have both sides. And I really would strongly encourage that we find more and we support more and more of our people getting this knowledge, so that we're able to become to be able to bring the two sides together, so that we can really create a complementary form of medicine in our communities. And of course, this includes all parts of our life cycle, including our elders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Horn, for your presentation. Our next speaker will be Lorraine McLeod, Associate Director of the Diabetes Integration Project at the First Nations Health and Social Secretariat of Manitoba. Lorraine, the stage is yours.
Fancy, good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to be coming to you from Winnipeg in Treaty 1 territory. My roots are Treaty 5 Penichikamak, or Cross Lake First Nations. My mother was Cree and my father was second generation settler from southern Manitoba. I have been working with the Diabetes Integration Project for the last, I guess it's been about 11 years directly, but working directly with First Nations since the early 2000s as a nurse in various capacities throughout the region. I'm going to share my PowerPoint presentation with you, and it's in regards to the Diabetes Integration Project and the work that we're doing here in Manitoba, centered around to addressing diabetes. I'm just going to get up my slide. In 1997, our leaders in Manitoba declared diabetes an epidemic and mandated a committee of representatives from each of our tribal council areas and some of our communities to develop a strategy to address diabetes. And these are the components of the strategy that we continue to work on today. Our population in Manitoba is about 1.3 million, including everybody. First Nations are 141,000 people, with 63% of us living off reserve and on reserve, and 37% living off reserve. In 2020, we did a report looking at what the situation around type 2 diabetes in Manitoba was. And we compared it to First Nations compared to all other Manitobans. We discovered that population burden of type 2 diabetes is increasing faster in younger age groups. Control of type 2 diabetes is poor throughout the population, and both rates and complications of type 2 diabetes are actually higher in the First Nations population. And we saw that people that are not receiving care as recommended by clinical practice guidelines set up by Diabetes Canada. When we, and I bring that up because about 20 years ago, there was a health status report looking at the registered First Nations use of healthcare in Manitoba. And at that time, we saw that there was a gap already in our health status. And then recently in 2019, there was another report that was done, and we were seeing that the gap has in fact widened. And that tells me that as planners or policymakers, we aren't really using the research to address the way we need to address the need in communities, and specifically for First Nations. And I define that as systemic racism. So I hold it incumbent upon First Nations to consider the work that we need to do as First Nations people in advancing strategies to improve our health status. I know that in our communities, we know what needs to be done. And I think we have to be supported in the work that needs to be done to address this epidemic. These are some of the findings of that same study, and I think most alarming, and I bring it about because it was very alarming to us, was the rates of type 2 diabetes in children. It's 25 times higher for First Nations children in Manitoba than it is for all other children in Manitoba. And over the last 10 years, we've seen an increase of over 50%. So we know we have to develop programs that are culturally safe and appropriate to meet the needs of the children. And we also have to make sure that the prevention programs support preventing the onset of type 2 diabetes. And I'll talk a little bit at the end about what that might look like. We also saw high rates of type 2 diabetes in women that are pregnant. And we have to recognize that the younger people that are acquiring diabetes, that we have to consider as they become young women, that impact could have an impact on the growth of baby and health of mom. So we have to consider and plan for programs that are going to support moms during pregnancy, during delivery, and for after delivery. We know that diabetes rates are in fact going up, not going down, and the age of diagnosis is lowering. We saw that young men were not accessing healthcare the same way as young females with diabetes. So we know that we have to design our programs to really reach out to the younger population. And I know we've had discussions with elders over the course that I've been working with diabetes, and they always say that we should really focus on preventing diabetes and focusing on our youth because of the complications that we see in our population. The burdens of complications are higher for First Nations, so you might see more amputations, more blindness, more kidney disease requiring dialysis. So what do we have to do about that? We really have to find the disease early, provide the right care for the disease, and make sure that people have access to care. But more importantly, we have to look at what we're doing around the prevention piece. I know there's been some resources through the Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative that have been made available, but those resources are not near enough what needs to be done to support the absolute prevention. So we know we have to improve screening guidelines. We have to develop new strategies to make healthcare services more accessible for young people. And we have to make sure that there's access to mental health or well-being support. So if you frame that in a holistic way, we want to make sure that we're taking care of 4 aspects of well-being in any of the programming that comes forth. And we obviously see and you would know if you're working in First Nations, that we're disproportionately affected by type 2 diabetes and complications. So with the Diabetes Integration Project, we are a project that was delivering services to 19 First Nations communities with an overall goal of enhancing diabetes care and support for adults living with type 2 diabetes to prevent or delay the onset of complications. So we're working with people that have diabetes. All children are referred to the Diabetes Education Resource Center for Children and Adolescents here in Manitoba and Winnipeg. So they come out for care from the clinicians here, or they make visits occasionally to the north at outlying communities. We have a population of 14,000 adults within the 19 communities that we service, and we're only reaching about 1,600, which would be about 50%, 57% of those that we project to have diabetes. The next slide is a copy of a picture of the current staff that we have. And we work with staff at developing workforce development around providing culturally safe care or trauma-informed care. And most of our nurses have been Indigenous nurses, which we see as a great value because we understand what communities are like and what we face at the community level. So what's unique to our project, to our model of care, is that it's First Nations developed and First Nations directed. We have a Manitoba First Nations Diabetes Leadership Committee that provides advisory support to us, and then a board of directors that make up of First Nations leadership that provide direction also. We as clinicians have an understanding of holistic health as it applies to First Nations, and we provide culturally safe care. And we come from a place of knowing that we have family in community, we're from community, some of us still visit community, and recognize that the experiences that our people have had within previous encounters with healthcare have been negative, and we work around that to really focus on developing a therapeutic relationship with clients. We know we have an assessment form that we have to complete when we see clients clinically, but when the client enters a room, we know that encounter should be led by the client. So our work is centered around the client, and we let the client lead that encounter. So if that form cannot be completed today, we know it's more important to hear, to listen to the client, to reflect on what the client is saying, and to work with what they're coming to you on that day. We utilize a non-deficit approach, so we're not judging people with any of the challenges they face in life. Instead, we look for strengths within the individual, within the family, and the community to support change. And the clients feel that they recognize when you're genuine, and they feel comfortable, and they become trusting and participate in their care. We do not use the word non-compliant. If we consider that someone is not adhering to their treatment regimen, we know that we have to look at the care that we've developed, the care plan that we've developed with them, and say, what can we do differently, and work with the client. So we have also the understanding as staff and the recognition of the many determinants that influence the health of the individual, family, and the community overall. We also follow the clinical practice guidelines, or try to adhere as a measurement of a gold standard of care. The DIP teams will tell us that they've gained experiences to recognize when a client is in distress. And if we recognize that, then we are able to refer them to community supports or outside supports to assist in whatever their challenges may be. We understand that developing a therapeutic relationship built on trust is foundational for all encounters with clients, because clients have had negative experiences, and coming to us, we have to consider that they know what they need, and that we have to respect what they're bringing to us. A significance is actually sharing the same cultural belief systems, the language, some of the nurses speak the language, and understanding about the importance of relationship. Indigenous nurses are really the bridge between Western medicine and traditional health and healing practices. Very early on in the start of the diabetes project, we did some work in trying to design the services so that we were actually responding to the client's needs. We provide services in community. We go out to community, provide services for 3 days in a week. Communities are serviced on a rotational basis, and visits take either an hour for a first visit, or follow-up is a half hour. We provide, as I said, client-centered care, looking at the medications the client's on, looking at clinical practice guidelines, providing educations and necessary referrals. We hope this leads to really holistic care and developing a cultural hope to recognize that if we locate complications early, we can delay disease progression and the risk of kidney failure per se. We use point-of-care testing equipment that look like this, that are fast and give clients results in a quick way, so they're quite happy to know where they're standing at the end of each visit, and we actually educate and refer based on those results. Anyone can refer to our project, anyone from community or any healthcare provider. These are some of the supplies and the equipments we take out when we go, and it's a load, quite the load, but the nurses are managing that quite well. What we've done we looked at how we can improve practice by research. So we've involved clients in focus groups around nutritional assessments or physical activity and tried to design the questions based on what the clients have told us. We focus on increasing self-management and making sure that the clients are on the right medication to protect the kidneys or to protect their decreased progression of disease. We assess feats, looking at referrals to reduce amputation and overall reducing the complication of diabetes. There was an evaluation done by Health Canada for the Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative on multiple screening programs across the country. I believe there was 9, and we fared quite well as screening projects in overall positive outcomes seen in respect to weight loss, glycemic control, and blood pressure control. So we saw that this model, in fact, provided support to clients to make some changes or advances to improving health outcomes. Really benefits to client, they really feel supported. They have improved access to care, improved quality of life. People live longer. It allows us to ensure that there's a transfer of Indigenous knowledge from either aunties or grandparents to our youth. We've accomplished mitigating racism by reducing client care with existing primary care systems, by having direct referrals to specialists or nephrology. We lead and coordinate primary care systems to advance First Nations health. So we pose questions, we ask how we can close the loop on referrals, and we increase or facilitate access to care and treatment for our clients to specialists. We provide patient-level approaches with one-on-one intervention with your clients. And we also have participated in studies that have promoted population health work, looking at screening early for kidney disease and triaging and getting the care the client requires at that point in time. So when you look at the work overall, our work is focused on adults living with type 2 diabetes. But in Manitoba, with the National Diabetes Framework coming out, and with some of the work that we've done in Manitoba, we're really looking at, as Dr. Horn said, the necessity to consider the lifespan when you're doing any planning, from conception and the importance of when we're to growing healthy babies. In Manitoba, we have a maternal health program for 33 communities, not all 63. So really considering what we can do around prevention, I think, based on cultural land and our relationship to language and to land. So we will see changes when we see us using our traditional ways and knowledge. Dr. Palmenter said there is, in her episode of confronting racism in healthcare, there is nothing wrong with us. There never was anything wrong with us. I believe the answers are within, and it's time that we assert that and become self-determining and decide what we need to do to address diabetes in our community and other chronic illnesses. Thank you.
Well, Alan Lorraine, thank you very much for that, and for giving us a real-world model of continuum of care with regards to a chronic disease perspective, something that we know is a very common issue in our community. So thank you for sharing that knowledge. We will now go on to our third speaker before we get into our question and answer period with all of our speakers. Again, the questions can be sent in the chat box within the web platform that you have. But our next speaker is Holly Prince, Project Manager and Co-Investigator at Lakehead University's Center for Education and Research on Aging and Health. So Holly Prince, the stage is yours.
Miigwech. Anin bojo, wijwe kwe nadishnakas, tanabina donjiba makwado dam. My English name is Holly Prince. I was raised in Beardmore, Ontario, on my traditional territory surrounding Animagozagigan, which is Lake Nipigon. It's the ancestral territory of my family where we have lived and thrived for generations. Under the Indian Act, I'm also a registered Indian and member of Okwaganisining here in Northwestern Ontario. I currently live in Thunder Bay for over 20 years now with my husband, who is Anishinaabe from Anigaming First Nation in Treaty 3, along with our 3 children. I am a social worker by background, currently doing my PhD in educational studies, focusing on decolonial and Indigenous education. And for the past 17 years, I work at the Center for Education and Research on Aging and Health at Lakehead University in Thunder Bay. I would like to open our session today in a good way. I want to pay my respects to the elders past, present, and future, for they hold the knowledge, traditions, teachings, and future hopes of our people. And I'd like to say miigwech to the translators and to people who are signing to make this session accessible to many people. So the choice to situate myself in end-of-life care comes from a lot of personal experiences. And throughout my life, I have journeyed with many people as they transition back to the spirit world, including my grandmother, my mother, and my friend who was 24 years old, who had died as a result of cancer. And during these experiences, I really witnessed the gaps and barriers to culturally relevant healthcare for Indigenous peoples. And I saw that serious disconnect between Indigenous worldviews with the approach of the Westernized medical system. So I began working within healthcare to really look at improving end-of-life care for Indigenous peoples by doing research with Indigenous peoples, advocating for policy changes, and developing culturally relevant programs, services, and educational opportunities for Indigenous people across Canada. At the center where I work, we develop a lot of curriculum and training for Indigenous peoples and their caregivers. And we are currently in the process of rolling out provincial-wide education in Manitoba, in Ontario. We've done some of the Atlantic provinces and are looking to do some edu work over in BC. So we also develop a lot of resources and tools to support caring at the bedside, including things like pamphlets and videos and curriculum. So I'm here to talk about caring for people who are seriously ill and those who are preparing to journey back to the spirit world. And I want to begin by acknowledging that we as Indigenous peoples have always cared for community members who are really sick. And we have long-standing cultural and community-based knowledge in doing so. However, Westernized healthcare systems were imposed, which really didn't value our knowledge. So what we're seeing in our communities now is these really high rates of chronic illness like cancers and diabetes and heart disease, and lower life expectancy as compared to our non-Indigenous counterparts. And we know that Indigenous people's access to healthcare remains one of the most challenging and complex areas to address. Indigenous peoples typically do not seek medical care until advanced stages of illness. And there's a number of reasons for this, including the mistrust of the Westernized medical care, racism within the healthcare system, as well as limited access to healthcare providers or services. Indigenous people would prefer to receive end-of-life care in their community and by their own community healthcare providers. But the majority of people have to leave community to receive care, and they often die in regional or urban centers and hospitals, really displaced from their communities and their culture and their language and their land. And all of this contributes to reducing the quality of life for Indigenous peoples and the overall burden of disease to be addressed during end of life. So this is a quote from Elder Rosella Kanoshimeg from Wikwemikwong Unceded First Nation here in Northeastern Ontario. And as Indigenous peoples, we recognize that the spirit is the most fundamental feature of an Indigenous worldview. So we are spiritual beings first, having a physical or human experience. And so we therefore recognize dying to be that spiritual process, one that is very sacred. And it's a natural part of the life cycle. And it's understood to be that transition back to the spirit world. And so death is really viewed as that social or community event, with caregiving being provided by family and community. And family and community networks, as we know, are really important to Indigenous peoples. And that concept of kinship is woven throughout the fabric of our culture. So as Indigenous peoples face end of life, sometimes those connections to family and community and land may be more important to them than accessing specialty services, especially when it means that they have to leave community to receive care. And involving the family and community are also really important, for those traditional practices and protocols and ceremonies that need to occur at end of life. So preparing for death really involves many cultural and community-based practices, which really helps to make sure that that spirit is at peace and is strong to transition back to Creator. And it's a time that we pass on knowledge and stories and teachings. Connection to the land, as we know, is also really important as people move through that life cycle. And I've heard people say, I was born on the territory, I want to die on the territory. So, and we really frame these understandings of what caregiving and what dying and what end of life looks like based on our own teachings and cultural knowledge. So, however, when we talk about palliative care, we acknowledge that it's a westernized concept. It's not grounded in our Indigenous knowledge systems. There's no translation for palliative care in our languages. And in many of our languages, there's no translation for dying as well. So this is a concept that's really unfamiliar to many of our community members. So what exactly is palliative care? So palliative care is really, I would say, a special type of care within the westernized healthcare system that really focuses on relieving the suffering and improving the quality of living for people living with or dying from terminal illness. And it's also about supporting their family and their loved ones as well. It's whole person care, so it doesn't just focus on the physical aspect, it also focuses on people's spiritual, emotional, and mental aspects. And it's really respectful of that personal or that cultural values and beliefs. Palliative care is not about dying. That's something I think is a really big misconception in our communities. Palliative care is really about focusing on the highest quality of living until somebody dies. And it is for all people of all ages. And I know we're, in this kind of session, we're talking about elders and how to support people at that end of life piece. But we also recognize that palliative care and that philosophy of care benefits young people, including children as well. And it's important to note that while the goal of palliative care is not to cure, it is active. There's a lot of things that the healthcare system can do to support people. And palliative people can receive their care in home, in community, in the hospital. We have mobile street units in many of the largest cities where they're actually able to provide service to people who consider shelters their homes or who live on the streets. So when we think about palliative care begins at the time somebody is diagnosed with a life-limiting or terminal illness that has no cure, and it extends to end of life and as well as through bereavement. So initially on the red part, the dark red, there's a greater focus when somebody is diagnosed with that illness on treating the disease. And later it really shifts to that palliative approach to care, more of that orange focus, really looking at relieving suffering and improving quality of life. And the treatment for the disease and palliative care happens at the same time throughout the course of somebody's illness. And in the last year of life, there's a particular emphasis on the palliative approach to care. And that primary care team within our communities is really the ones that are providing the majority of care. We talk about in palliative care that 95% of that care that people experience at the end of life is given by family and community members. And actually only 5 to 10% of it is actually delivered by the healthcare system. So that care in the end of life, those last few days or weeks of life is really facilitated when we start thinking about this approach to care earlier on. We see people experience less visits to the emergency room. We have plans in place all the way from plan A to B, C, D, all the way to G and H, so that we're able to support people as they journey and they transition back to the spirit world. In First Nation communities, we acknowledge that we experience many barriers to that equitable and culturally relevant healthcare. And the Westernized healthcare system has really medicalized dying and has removed it from our community's experiences. And as a result, we're seeing a lack of culturally safe palliative care services and education that's really reflective of our physical and cultural and social care needs in our communities. So we see in jurisdictional issues really creates barriers to the seamless transition and access to quality and end-of-life care. So we as First Nation people move between two systems of care, the provincially funded healthcare system, for instance, in hospitals, compared to that federally funded home care system. And each system of care provides different services and they're funded differently and they don't communicate and they don't know what each other provides. And this is really evident when we see hospital discharge planning and the problems that occurs when discharging clients back to community. One of the other things that I wanted to address is really focusing on caregiver burnout, because we are the sons, daughters, nieces, and nephews of the people we provide care to. It's unique to First Nation communities. as well as communities. A lot of communities are really in fluctuating stages of crisis, and due to things like traumatic death and suicide, and that really overshadows that natural dying process. But in bringing care back to our communities, we acknowledge the benefits in doing so. And when we're looking at this, it's really having the supports available in community, being provided and receiving that care from our own family, our own community members, having access to that culturally safe and culturally relevant care, including access to our language. And we talk about the concept of kinship and how the community comes together. I work with a lot of communities across Canada who will say, well, we don't really know how it happens, but when somebody is sick, the whole community comes together and supports one another. We also talk about just being at home and being in our territories and that connection to land, which is so important to us when it comes to end of life. So I want to take us back to the very first comment that I made, that we as First Nations peoples have always cared for our community members who are sick, and we do have longstanding cultural and community-based knowledges and practices in doing so. But we recognize that the impact of colonization really disrupted this, and it really forcibly removed dying and caregiving from our communities. So we know that colonization is the primary cause of poor health for Indigenous peoples. It's also the foundation for lack of equitable access to healthcare in Canada. So this is why we experience that culturally unsafe care. It's not our system. It wasn't designed for us, and it wasn't designed for us to succeed. So we really need to challenge these structures and these systems to advocate for better care. We also need to reclaim our own knowledge when it comes to caregiving at end of life. And this is something I'm really focusing on my doctoral studies, is really how do we reclaim our Indigenous knowledges and practices and use these as driving forces for community empowerment. So in particular, I'm focusing on reactivating Anishinaabe Kandasawin. So Anishinaabe knowledge when it comes to caregiving at end of life, and working with our elders and our knowledge carriers to do that. And we also see in many communities, there's a lot of communities across Canada who are already doing this work, and they're creating local programs and teams for supporting people who are seriously ill. And as I said, I currently work in many provinces right now doing some palliative care education and research with communities. And I can see these models being developed based on and enhancing existing capacities and services. If we wait for people to do this for us, our community members are still going to die. So there's programs like the Six Nations Shared Care Palliative Care Team and Neo Kingwaning's Weasel Godadawin program, which really is about supporting people at end of life. And through the Improving End of Life Care in First Nations Research Project, we created a workbook so that other communities who are interested in developing their own local programs and teams would have resources to do that. And lastly, the healthcare system and providers need to acknowledge that self-determination and Indigenous leadership is the key, and that things like cultural safety and humility and trauma-informed care really needs to be embedded within the healthcare system and within healthcare providers' practices. Miigwech.
Miigwech to you, Holly Prince. And now we come to our section of Q&A, and I see that we already do have a question in our chat box. So as our speakers are being brought to the spotlight, so our first question would be specific for Lorraine, asking about how the province does or doesn't support the provision of newer diabetic tools.
You muted? Okay.
How the province does or doesn't support the development of newer diabetic tools? Are they talking resources?
The provision of newer diabetic tools. So I imagine be the up-to-date equipment, the newest stuff that is available on the market. How does that work within the field of diabetes?
Well, within the Diabetes Integration Project, we're funded through Health Canada Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative. And the equipment we use actually was purchased by First Nations. And I guess that the most important piece around the use of that equipment is having a quality assurance program that's available to ensure that the results that the equipment is producing are both accurate and precise. And we had to go outside of province to do that. We actually went to an external laboratory out of BC to give us that quality assurance program for our program, because we weren't able to find anybody in Manitoba that would do it. So the work that needs to happen between the province and us, that needs to occur at some point there, because like Holly had suggested, there's many systems within when we're accessing care. That's many systems involved. You have the First Nation system in our communities, you have the provincial system, and you have the federal system. And I think what we experience is the fragmented care because of that. That's why I believe that First Nations control is instrumental and will be fundamental for advancing what we need to do to address health in our communities.
All right. Thank you very much, Lorraine. I'd have a question after this for Dr. Horn. Considering our current situation, we're slowly getting out of it, we hope, but long-term care facilities did take a heavy hit during the COVID-19 pandemic. Outbreaks, deaths, isolation, the whole works. What were some of the successes, however, in Akwesasne, and how could the government maybe learn from First Nations approaches to these kinds of situations?
That's a really big question. We have two long-term care centers in our community. One is more for people who require more needs, and one that's a little lighter. And of course, the people who live in the independent care homes and then home visits. So I during the COVID pandemic was the only full-time doctor on site for the whole community. And there's about 10,000, 12,000 people who live here. And so I had to triage and see only those people who needed to be seen. And so there was a whole bunch of people who weren't seen, but the people who were seen were our elders and people who had lots of comorbid illness or were being hospitalized. And we had to follow all of the directives from the Public Health Agency in Ontario. And so we did have a huge outbreak in our long-term care center in one of them, our 50-bed facility, and half of the people got it. And of those half who got it, half died. And it was horrible. And we had to have help from the Red Cross to be able to bring ourselves out of it. And one of the huge things that I learned in there was you can tell if you use a top-down approach where you are getting the doctors to do the testing and doing the donning and doffing, and you're doing everything, and you're so careful about all of that, but you don't take care of the staff who really are the ones who are taking care of the facility. That's the cleaning staff, the staff in the kitchen. If you don't take care of them and provide them with the education and make them feel like the team, it's not going to work. And so I found that the top-down approach that we'd used was actually the one big thing that actually negatively affected our ability to cope with this. And had we used our traditional approach, which is to have the team approach where everybody was just as important, we might have done better. And so I really think, and that would have been a very traditional approach or egalitarian approach to this situation.
All right, thank you. And yes, quite a loaded question that I think important to address. So thank you for your answer. For Holly, what are some of the concerns that First Nations face when seeking end-of-life care? And I think this would mostly relate to our cultural needs, our community needs. Are there things that are specific to First Nations communities?
I think about one of the things that we see is because colonization has had such a huge impact on our communities and on our ways that we view caregiving, we really need to recognize that dying is a social event that happens in our families and our communities, and it's not a medicalized event. And so as Indigenous peoples, as I was saying, we recognize that the spirit is the most fundamental feature. And the teachings that we receive from elders, and in particular in my communities from Anishinaabe elders, is that we are spiritual beings first. And we can see right off the bat those two philosophies of care, or those two approaches from Anishinaabe Gandasawin and Anishinaabe knowledge, and the Western healthcare system, they're already at odds with each other. So we walk into these systems that haven't been designed by us, that's not there for us to succeed. And we witness challenges as soon as we enter that healthcare system, and we're being asked things like, what is our advanced care planning, and what are our goals of care, and do we have do not resuscitate orders? These are huge challenges that we're experiencing in communities. And so, bringing back care to community, it makes sense. It is something that we're seeing across the world. People want to go back home. They don't want to be dying in hospitals, because that's where they experience that culturally unsafe care. And I think that's the important thing is, what are these models of care? How do we develop them in our communities based on our own knowledge system?
Thank you. And we have actually a follow-up question in our question and answers section, which asks about those models. And maybe if you could elaborate on the different models that can be useful for other communities on Turtle Island.
I think when it comes to end of life, I've mentioned a couple of them already, and a couple of different communities have developed this. And what we're finding when it comes to developing our own models of care is it has to be based on our worldviews, on our values, on our own beliefs within community. And that's going to look very different across communities. It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach. But I think if we can develop that process, those keys to success, who are we engaging with? How do we bring those elders and those informal caregivers into that conversation? Because again, speaking about end of life, if we go back to, if 90% of that care is delivered by family and community members, why are we relying so heavily on the formal westernized healthcare system to do this?
Thank you very much. We've got about 2-3 minutes left, so maybe an open question that we've been asking. Or Dr. Horn, I see you have a comment.
I just wanted to say that if you have somebody who engage the physician or the nurse practitioner or whoever is providing the medications for the comfort care early on in the planning for the comfort and return home. When I have patients, if I ask very early on, I find out if they are, Catholic, or if they traditional minded, which longhouse they go to, is who would they want to come in and talk to them at several points during their progression. And at the very end, when I see things are really progressing, then of course call them in or stat to come in and do the ceremony, because we have one that happens just before they die and then right after they die. And so it's a real it's like really walking them through this and the family through this process. But you have to get it planned. You have to know to plan it and who to ask for way earlier on, not at the very end. And so that means engaging those practitioners on the ground and really letting them know this is the most respectful way of helping our people get through this transition.
Well, on that note, I think it is a perfect time to end this panel. And I want to take the time to thank you, Lorraine McLeod, Dr. Horn, and Holly Prince, for your knowledge that you shared with us. It's in our families, our communities, our elders are some of the most important people we have. And I think it's important we talk about those difficult situations and those things that we do and we will have to face. So, Olalan Walaliog, thank you to all of you for being here today. And now for our final part of the day. We will have something a little different than what you're used to today. Instead of having a panel, we decided to bring to you another part of wellness, another part of this balance, and that is laughter. So we have the journey to Mino Bima Dizirayan. I'll let Ryan try that one out himself first. He should be able better than I can to talk about the good life, seeing where we can go with that, and hopefully to get you guys have a few laughs during the way. So, Ryan, the stage is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that welcome, Cedric, and thank you to all of you for being here with us this afternoon. My name is Ryan McMahon. I'm originally from a small corner of the map called Northwestern Ontario It's my community is Couchiching First Nation. It's on the border of Minnesota, Manitoba, and Ontario. For those of you that have never ventured off of the Trans-Canada Highway south of Kenora, we are right there in the middle of what is the most beautiful lake and river system this land has ever known. And I'm just here to brag about my home territory for the next hour. It's really, really nice to be here today to share a little bit about what I believe to be some of the fundamental tenets that I think about when I think about health and wellness. And as Cedric said in his opening, the title of this talk is The Journey to Mino Bimadsuin. And I think about, like, growing up in a small community, there's a saying, it takes a community to raise a child. And you start to learn about that on your way home from school when you get in trouble in fourth period, and all the way home you get your butt kicked by your aunties and your uncles who already know you've been in trouble. And as you walk home, you realize just the depths of trouble you are in when the entire community holds you accountable on that walk home. And when I think about wellness, and when I think about the journey to wellness, I think about it in terms of that it's really a community project, right? Is how we rebound from the negative impacts of colonization, how we rebound from this last 200 years in our respective territories. And, there's a long time for me as a young man where I felt really angry and I felt really confused. And it's because I didn't really understand my family story. I didn't really understand the impacts and the ongoing impacts of residential school systems and forced assimilation and other things that have gone on for us as Indigenous people. And it wasn't until I started to put history into context where I could start to see clearly. And I feel like much of our journey into what we call Mino Bimadsuin, or the good life, is all about context. Context, context, context. Now, when the federal government in 2007 first uttered the apology out of Stephen Harper, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And by the way, this is going to be a very tricky space for me to talk, because I don't want to talk about politics, because this is the Assembly of First Nation and you're advocates and you have to work with governments. So maybe you have friends that I'm going to talk about, and I don't want to talk about your friends, and I don't want to talk about a bunch of prime ministers that didn't do what they said they were going to do. But we are going to skim. We're going to skim the top of the disaster that is consecutive federal governments, that the failure of federal governments know no boundaries and no political stripes. And so when Stephen Harper first tried to utter the apology in the House of Commons to survivors of residential schools, I'll never forget what my grandmother said to me. And she said, why should I believe them now? And these words kind of informed some of my earlier political leadings as a young person. I didn't know what she was mad about, but I certainly understood that she was mad. And through time, my grandmother would sit me down and she'd ask me questions only the way an Anishinaabe grandmother could, partially in the language, so I didn't understand the question, partially in some cryptic Native woman messaging that I certainly didn't have the tools to understand then or now, and thirdly, in a way that was meant to make me think and to make me understand. And as she sat me down to share her stories and her experiences of residential schools and of being a survivor, it was then and only then that I really came to understand the depths of what we were talking about. That there was a reason why family barbecues always ended up in someone storming out the front door and promising to never talk to you people ever again. There is a reason why there was an uneasy tension among some of my uncles and aunts in terms of, their relationships to their parents. And none of this I had the context for until I started to learn. And, I think that where we are now in 2022, I have the decision as a father. I've got two teenage daughters. They are 16 and 18. And I just had a baby boy with my beautiful partner, Madeline. And we as parents, today in 2022, we all get to decide how much of this we are going to pass off onto our children. We get to decide how much of the context does this next generation need. Because let's face it, we are in this era that, we call reconciliation, whatever that is. And I'm, again, not here to say reconciliation is or is not something. I think to each of us, it's a little bit different depending on where we are coming from and what our experiences are. But I think it's safe to say that since 2016, it hasn't worked. I mean, I think that there's no way we can program and service our way out of the trouble that we find ourselves in today. And that really at the core of what we are talking about in terms of transformational change as it relates to healthcare or otherwise is relationships. And let's face it, relationships are difficult. Relationships are messy. Some relationships end in divorce. Some relationships end in a 50-year golden anniversary. It's suffice to say that Canada's marriage to Indigenous peoples writ large, Inuit, Métis, and First Nations people, in this country is fraught with a number of disasters historically and contemporarily, but that the promise of 2015, 2016, and this era of reconciliation, the promise was, and I think in part still is, right in front of us. Now, I mentioned my children because where we are today in 2022, we have managed to offload the work of reconciliation and what I call decolonization. In the Ojibwe language, I think the word I would use for decolonization is biskabiyung, which means to look back in order to look forward. But we've offloaded that work, and we have offloaded that work to our young people. We have offloaded that work to youth, to children, and we've given them the job of learning about just how bad things have been in this country. And we're also asking them to reimagine how things might be better going forward in this country. And this troubles me. This troubles me deeply because it lets it lets most of us, frankly, off the hook in this country. Reconciliation is optional. Reconciliation is not something everyone needs to do in order to renew their driver's license, though that wouldn't have been a bad plan. Reconciliation is something that you can either find in your good heart, in your good mind as an idea, as a concept, as a way forward in this country through the acknowledgement of where we've been, but it is completely optional. There is no book at Chapters or Indigo that you can go and find on the shelves called Reconciliation for Dummies. Though, that book would probably be a bestseller, and I should probably write that book once we get off this call. But there is no prescribed way forward. And offloading that work to young people to reimagine this place called Canada now, I think is the promise of Mino Bimadsuin to move forward as a country. And I can't tell you what that looks like. I'm not certain what that looks like. But I can tell you that Indigenous people have sat around for at least the last couple hundred years and imagined our lives being drastically different. And so I wanted to start by sharing that much here this afternoon. I am going to get into a few slides, and I would like to share. See, one of the challenges of being here today, and I said this when I was invited, we as Indigenous people, we are not a monolith. And if you were to invite 100 Indigenous people to come in here and to share their reflections in a humorous way on what a pathway forward in this country is, you would get 100 different presentations. And I think that's a really beautiful thing. So today, what I wanted to do is I wanted to bring some words and some concepts and some philosophies from my understanding of what it means to be Anishinaabe, what it means to be Ojibwe, alive in 2022, as a father, as a partner, as a community member, and as someone trying to contribute to the betterment, of this country. I wanted to share these reflections with you and hopefully find a way to connect all of this back to some of the work you're doing. And I'll do so now through my slide presentation. So I'm going to share screen and I'll pull this up. That's a picture of me shouting into a microphone. If I could just get a thumbs up to let me know that this is working, that would be great. I see a thumb. Thank you, Cedric. For me, the pathway forward is very clear. There's a faster way we can move forward. And this isn't to say that there's only one way, but it is to say that there's a way that I really truly believe in. And that is in the power of story. That is in the power of human beings connecting their good hearts and their good minds in a way that inspires and transforms. And to me, we go further faster through storytelling than we do through politics. Now, I say this very carefully because I know the room I'm in, Assembly of First Nations. I see you all. But it kind of doesn't matter who the prime minister is, right? It doesn't matter if the prime minister wears red underwear or blue underwear or green underwear or orange underwear or no underwear at all. The politics probably aren't going to bring us forward in a way that will suit us ideally as Indigenous people. But instead, I think what can motivate change and what can really inspire people to do better is to better understand where we've come from, where we want to go, and what our hopes and dreams are. There's a really beautiful word in the Ojibwe language called Bagichiganan. And the word Bagichiganan translates into the gifts that we give each other, our bundles. And so what we believe as Ojibwe people is that each and every one of us that are here sharing time on this earth are given a set of hopes and dreams, gifts and talents, and we refer to this as our bundles and our Begichiganan. And our job, we believe, through life, and what I loved about the previous speakers was that they were talking about the gift of spirit, how we affect positively each other through the gift of spirit. And for me, our bagichiganan, what we can give to each other through sharing time, through sharing stories, through sharing understanding, is the most profound gift we can give to each other as human beings here on this earth. So I'm going to skip ahead now and show you a story. This is the story of Treaty 3. On the left, you can see a bronze medal. That is a Treaty 3 replica medal that was given to me at Nigakusa Naminikaaning in Red Gut Bay at the Roundhouse back in the mid-2000s. Now, they hosted a series of ceremonies to tell our Treaty 3 story. And I sat through it and I listened and I listened and I listened. And like a good Anishinaabe person, I asked a lot of questions afterwards. And the questions really were like, well, if we signed treaty and treaty was agreed to under these principles and these ideas, but by the time the treaty was even entered into effect, there was already residential schools and the Indian Act and everything else. What good is treaty? Aren't the treaties broken? Isn't the treaty a fundamental lie to coerce us into submission? And in true Ryan McMahon form, I got in a lot of trouble with my elders. And the elders were not happy with me saying that treaty was broken. And in fact, they said something to the effect of, if you think you know better than the pipes that were raised at treaty, then you ought to run for chief. And I thought, well, I don't think I make a very good chief. So maybe I'll just sit and listen some more. And what I've come to learn is that the treaty promise that created Canada is not just a series of pieces of paper that entered into law and legislation through the Constitution Act and through the BNA Act, but instead it was a promise. It was a promise of a relationship, and that treaty relationship was meant to live forever. It is a spirit in and of itself. And so when we talk about our bagichiganan, our bundles, our gifts that we give each other, this is one of those gifts, treaty. And unlike America, where John Wayne reminds us all the time on classic Hollywood movies that there were Indian wars, that the West was won by the cowboys, that the West was settled through war, and that the discourse in America, and I know this because I am half American and half of my family lives in America, the discourse in America is that you all lost the war, you are Americans, period. Well, you can argue either way there, and we're not going to do that here today. But you cannot say the same here in Canada because there weren't wars here. We did not fight over the settling of this country. And in fact, we signed treaties. And before the numbered treaties, there were peace and friendship treaties and all sorts of treaties that moved from the East Coast out toward the West. And to this day, modern treaties exist to continue to answer the question of what is Canada and what are Indigenous nations and how is our relationship supposed to look. That particular gift, the gift of treaty, is accelerated through time out to the West. And really, it was a race to make sure that Louis Riel Part 2 didn't happen. Because let's face it, we all know what happened to Louis Riel out in Manitoba at the Red River. And this was Canada's earliest nightmare. Like, this was a disaster waiting to happen. All of these people resisting Confederation, all of these Indigenous, Métis, First Nation, Inuit people resisting the invitation to join Canada. And so the treaty process that sweeps across the West is accelerated, and the pot is sweetened, right? You start to see after Treaty 3 and Treaty 4, 5, and 6 that the promise of treaty now includes things like the medicine chest, right? And that Canada needed to continue to, if you will, use this language and accept this language, sweeten the pot for Indigenous people to join Confederation through treaty. This was the foundational principle this country was founded on. And the medal to the right, which is a piece of art that you can see, is called a glitch in the treaty. This medal was created by an artist friend of mine who's Blackfoot. His name is Justin Lewis. And a glitch in the treaty as an art piece is really calling into question where we are in that treaty relationship. And I put this slide together to kind of highlight that this is a fundamental question in front of us today. We can call it reconciliation. We can call it decolonization. In the Ojibwe language, we can call it biskabiyung, looking back to look forward. But the fundamental question is, what is this sacred obligation all about today in 2022, and how do we correct it? To me, the word in the Ojibwe language, diba jimuanan, often referred to as the word for story in the Ojibwe language, actually translates to a sharing of spirit to unite our hearts and our minds. And when I look at this word, diba jimuanan, storytelling, story, this is really the opportunity we have in front of us as we are bringing into question, what does our relationship look like? What does it actually mean? I think we need to tell ourselves better stories. Everyone can be mad about the Sir John A. Macdonald statue, but we ought to park that conversation because that's a story we know very, very well. God, can we stop talking about Sir John A. Macdonald at some point? But can we turn our attention, rather than protesting Sir John A. Macdonald, can we turn our attention to telling better stories, to telling a more complete story of this country that includes Indigenous peoples, told by Indigenous people for everyone? Because again, that is the promise. The promise of treaty was that there was going to be space for all of us, not just some of us, not some of us put on a reserve, out of sight, out of mind, not just some of us in towns and cities for them to prosper, but for everyone. And to me, storytelling is the pathway forward. I've shown you, or I've said this word a few times now, Biskabiyang. This word is, to me, is the Ojibwe translation of what decolonization is. Looking back to look forward, this country has to wrestle with itself. You know, I have this thesis that I float around my brain constantly about rumor to truth. Everything as it relates to Indigenous people in this country is a rumor until we prove it true. And it's exhausting. And for many of us in various professional fields, not just academic fields, but others, we are caught constantly telling the same stories over and over again. Now, respectfully, the chair of the TRC, Justice Murray Sinclair, spent much of his 7 years telling Ottawa that he was going to need radar and extra funding to search the grounds of residential schools. And there was never any funding available for this. There was not a question in the Fed's minds that this was going to be needed. And Murray Sinclair's request fell on deaf ears until just a couple of last year, where it is discovered that in fact there are sites of mass burials and mass graves, and that we need to remedy this. And it becomes an emergency, a national emergency, a national crisis, another national shame, where we look at the rumor until proven true. And this happens over and over and over again in this country. Missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, starlight tours in this country, the electric chair at St. Margaret's residential school. Over and over again, we see the rumors need to be proven true. And in the hearts and minds of Canadians, we need them to listen to us when we speak. We need to tell better stories, to tell them and remind them of where we are and who we are. Looking back to look forward, to correct the record, to say, we are still here. Colonization is the thing that no one wants to talk about. My goodness, I made a movie in 2014 called Colonization Road. We weren't supposed to put it on YouTube because it was bought by CBC, but it's free on YouTube and everyone should watch it. Because to this day, we are still arguing over whether colonization is real in this country. But I can tell you that it is real. And I can tell you that because there are roads named Colonization Road all across Ontario and parts of Manitoba. I made the movie to tell the story, to show and to prove the theory that colonization is in fact real. It is the pink moose or elephant in the room that no one wants to admit and talk about. And until we do, until we get really uncomfortable with the understanding of the ongoing effects of colonization, boy, I believe we are in big, big trouble. For me, the project of decolonization is more valuable than reconciliation. Our previous speakers in our previous breakout rooms talked a lot about the land and the importance of land to Indigenous people. We have a term in Ojibwe, Manitou Aki and Akonagewin, which is the Manitou translates to spirit. Aki translates to land. Inakonagewin is a rough translation, a rough philosophical, of a philosophical term that means our forever relationship or our natural law. And so Manitou Aki Inakonagewin, spirit, land, and law, to me really encapsulates the damage that has been done here in this country, right? That colonization specifically targeted the breaking of the spirit by disconnecting us from the land and that forever relationship that we've practiced. And so for me, reconciliation doesn't even talk about land. Reconciliation is basically teaching people not to be mean to Native people anymore. And that's simply not going to work. That just falls short of everything that I believe we need to correct our relationship back to the places we are from. And that's why, for me, decolonization really hits to the heart of where we ought to be. Now, I have a few minutes left, and I'm going to go very quickly through a handful of slides to try to bring this home in a way that I hope inspires conversation afterward and maybe in a Q&A with us. But I want to talk a little bit more specifically about what is referred to as the 7 grandfathered teachings. You may have seen them in classrooms, in your children's classrooms. You may have seen this in various forms, in books and other training materials. But I want to look at these words through an Ojibwe lens specifically. these grandfather teachings do come from Anishinaabe culture, and I think that they have been flattened out by just providing an English translation to these words, which is often the case. Um, I think it's safe to say that the English language is a miserable failure of a language. It's a lazy language that doesn't really do us much good in the end to help us understand the words that we are trying to communicate with. But the Ojibwe language, I think, is a very exciting language. I'm a bit biased, being Ojibwe myself, I'll admit, but it's a verb-based language. It's an active language. It makes us want to move toward life, to live, to be active. And this language, to me, is one of the most exciting pieces and aspects of my life as I grow into my middle age. I want to see the world and experience the world through my language because it is so inspiring. So I wanted to bring some of these words to you today. Before I do, I want to give you this quote. Story invokes spirit. Spirit is life, and life is story. So for me, what our experience here as two-legged people in this world is, and I refer to us as two-legged because we aren't animals on four legs and we aren't birds that fly. We are human beings, and this is what our elders often refer to as the human beings or the two-leggeds. But that our experience here through spirit is one that is essential through the stories we share with each other, right? You cry at a Hollywood movie because you recognize the human spirit is being challenged, maybe in a way that you can understand. You laugh at a movie because it's something maybe you have seen yourself do, or you recognize as funny because it's happened to you. That the invocation of spirit through story is like the magic sauce that connects us all. And to me, spirit is all about our life journey. It's the sharing of spirit that makes this life worth living, right? And to me, all of our life is just one big, long, extended story. And you get to be like the director in the director's cut, where you're kind of narrating your way through. This for me is the most exciting piece. This is why storytelling to me is so fundamental to the reorganizing of our communities, to the remembering of who we are as Indigenous people, to allowing Canada into the hearts and minds of us who have survived through the last couple of hundred years in this country, for them to hear something they had not considered before. Story does all of that for us. I'm going to skip these ones. And I'm going to go into these words here to end. The 7 Anishinaabe teachings for transformation. I would like for you to consider these words in the context of health and Mino B'Madswin, and I will connect them to that for you here. Dapwewin, the truth. Now, Dapwewin actually doesn't translate to truth at all. Again, the English language, miserable failure for most of us. But instead, Dapwewin talks about to speak only to the extent to which you have lived or experienced through good spirit, so that when you are going to share your truth, you do so through good spirit only to the extent to which you have lived or experienced. That makes us experts at our own lives. That when we listen to elders and we ask them how should we transform our healthcare system, our delivery services, the modules in which you access our services, let's listen to them. Let's listen to them speak their truth. Let's be brave enough to continue to listen to those that have lived and experienced this truth, because I think that that's the way we go further, faster, is through an understanding of the way people have had to live or experience the last couple hundred years. The Bazendiziwin, or humility. The Bazendiziwin is a really, really interesting word because, again, it doesn't mean just humility. It means to lower ourselves. To think lower of ourselves in the context of everything around us, so all of creation. And I love this idea of lowering ourselves and not putting ourselves above creation, but instead that we are all on this even plane, that we are meant to share this space forever, right? That the plants, the animals, the medicines, they've never let us down, that these gifts are meant forever. And so when we lower ourselves, when we humble ourselves to that understanding, we find a good reciprocal forever relationship with the land and the air and the waters around us. Menage Diwin. This word is often used to say the word respect, but I'll say that, respect is a tricky word because it's not, I don't even know how you would define it in the English language. But I will say that in the Ojibwe translation of Manajeduin, what you're actually talking about is to go easy on one another in a reciprocal way. Understanding that our relationships are reciprocal. What we give is what we get. What we put in is what we get out. That to live in a respectful way is to go easy on everything around you, to go easy on each other. And I think that understanding of how we are connected to each other and to the world is a good way of being. And for those of us that live that way, yeah, it can be hard, especially for those of you working in Ottawa. I mean, that is not easy to go easy on governments and to go easy on bureaucrats, to go easy on legislators that are too slow to answer the call for change. But I think it's fundamental to the project and a pathway forward. Zalgadiwin means love, but it doesn't actually mean love. Again, it means the unconditional love that flows in both directions, that flows out of us and that comes back. And when we think about Mino Bimadsun, we think about the good life and the journey to the good life. You know, it's going to take a profound act of love to get us to where we want to be. What is the thing that was targeted through residential schools? Love. Separating children from families, right? Separating children from parents, bringing children out of community, putting them far, far away. That the target of love is the fundamental thing that has been broken through time. We know the intergenerational effects of residential schools are profound, and we continue to feel those intergenerational effects today in our communities. And so a return to love, I believe, is fundamental to the movement. A return to love, I believe, is the thing that gets us to where we ought to and need to be. But it is an unconditional love, and it is one that flows both ways. Za, the word za is about a flowing, a reciprocal flowing, a flow that comes back. So what you give is what you give back. So as we think about Mino Bimadswin, as we think about health, as we think about harm reduction tools, as we think of ways of strengthening our communities, I think understanding that love can flow both ways is really, really important to where we want to go. Gwewak Wadsuin, honesty. Again, the English language fails us a little bit here, translates to honesty, but really what we're talking about is to live correctly and with virtue, right? That we know that the elders say when you live a good life, life is good. When you live a good life, life is good. When you live a good life, life is good. And that when you are living correctly, when you are finding ways to be honorable, when you are finding ways to keep your word, when you are finding ways to be honest, boy, that is a powerful, powerful medicine. And Gwewak Wadsuin, to me, is one of those medicines that I think is absolutely transformational for us as Indigenous people as we look to strengthen and change and transform systems in the context of healthcare. Zungeduin. This is a word that we use for bravery or courage, but it's not like, you're so brave you're no longer afraid of the dark, or that you're able to go for long walks through the forest without thinking that there's a bear chasing you, which is just something I go through all the time. Like every time I hear a chipmunk behind me, I just know, I think it's a monster, and I think that zombies are coming to get me, but they're not, and I know that's true. And now I'm looking behind me to see if there's a zombie in my room, and there's not, so that's good. But to live with bravery or courage is to live with a solid and strong heart. That we have to heal ourselves. We have to heal our broken hearts. I once heard an elder during the TRC's national events. I heard this elder speak a few times, but she said that one of the things that we've not admitted to ourselves is that most Indigenous people live with broken hearts because of what we've been through. And I found that really interesting to think about the journey of healing and health and wellness. And just that even though you don't think that you have been touched or affected by these things, it's probably not true. it's probably true that we do have a bit of a broken heart. That I can certainly speak for myself, that for a long time as a young adult, I tried to fill that broken heart with all sorts of other things, right? Whether it was booze or drugs or alcohol or bad relationships or food or whatever it was, that filling that broken heart with negative things often led to negative results, right? And so finding a way back to health and wellness on that journey of Mino Bamadswin, to me is fundamental to the project. And finally, Nibuakewin, or wisdom, understanding that there are people, the elders, the ones that have come before us, live with vision of experience, and that experience, what they've been through, the way they think that we can correct ourselves and each other is fundamental. And I think that oftentimes we find ourselves in rooms without elders and without those that have come before us. And I find a really uneasy feeling in understanding that's often the way it is, because those that have come before us, I think, have the most to teach. And so I want to respect elders in that way. These are the words that I was sharing. This is how I'd like to end. Mani Tuaki and the Conagewan, spirit, land, and law. These three words for me are the fundamental pathway forward. And I think that, maybe you've read the book, The Secret. I don't know if you've read Cedric, have you read the book, The Secret? No, you haven't. It's the second best-selling book on the planet, next to 50 Shades of Grey, which we are not going to talk about here in this room. That would not be appropriate. But The Secret was basically a non-Indigenous woman jacked this teaching, just straight up stole it from Treaty 3. And basically that teaching is what goes around comes around. What you put in is what you get out. And understanding that our relationship to the world around us is a forever reciprocal relationship, that our connection to spirit is intricately connected to land and vice versa, and that the law piece, the Inakonagewan, the promise of creation that is given to us to take care of us, frankly, has never let us down. And so when I think about seeking Mino Bimadswin, the journey to Mino Bimadswin, it's connecting these three understandings: spirit, land, and our forever reciprocal relationship with the world around us that will always take care of us as Indigenous people. And this is our gift, our Bagichiganan, if you will, our bundle that we share with the rest of the people that have come to this place called Canada, is to help them understand that through good spirit, in connection to the places we are from, in a forever reciprocal relationship, we can return to the promise that was Canada long before we found ourselves where we are today. So, miigwech bizindaig, thank you very much for listening. And if we do have time, and I hope we do, I'm happy to take any questions or comments. Miigwech.
Well, Ryan, thank you for that. And thank you for challenging the way we see things and we think of looking at things. We're so used to it that sometimes it's good to get our cages rattled a bit. No questions for now, but miigweches, a few thank yous, and someone who shared your movie, the link. So I guess our audience will have access to that pretty effectively.
Very good.
So thank you, Ryan, for that. And
awesome.
So this brings us to the end of day number 2. We've got one final day tomorrow on how do we put these systems and everything we've been talking about into action in our communities. So we'll be coming back with that tomorrow. I want to take the time to thank Knowledge Keeper Lyndon Linklater for his cultural teachings this morning, talking about balance, the need for a connection with the land, and cutting that little hole in our moccasins to make sure we maintain that connection. I want to thank Alicia Reed, Michelle McLean, Tara Little, and Chief Cadmus Delorme for the birth and childhood care session, where we talked about the importance of meeting our clients where they are, of having client-centered services, and again, of finding our truths instead of applying those of others. I want to thank Dr. Ogisto Horn, Lorraine McLeod, and Holly Prince for the adult and senior care session that we had, where we spoke about reclaiming our knowledge and our systems, trying to do better, trying to bring back what was once lost or taken from us. And finally, Ryan McMahon for your journey to Mino Bimadswin. I'm going to get it someday, I swear, for trying to challenge our thoughts, our processes, and trying to help us explore different ways and alternatives to do it and to go forward for the betterness of our people. I want to take the time to thank also our ASL, LSQ translators, our translators, and all the staff around us. We'll be seeing you tomorrow, same place, same time, with Knowledge Keeper Barb Brandt to open up our day. And again, to talk about how we're going to put this into action. Have a great rest of the day. See you tomorrow.